Good morning, everyone. Happy Friday. It is my pleasure to call the February SACY meeting to order. I'm grateful to see everyone here today. I would like to remind you that we are on YouTube Live and welcome our online listeners. Before we begin, may we have a roll call, Dr. Leslie? Jeremiah Moore. Candace Rebel. Present. Amanda Broussard. Present. Calvin Locklear.
Here.
Tamara Carter. Here. Will Paul.
Present.
Stephen Bell.
Present.
Stacy Lee.
Present.
Angela Jacobs. Present. Brandy Jacobs. Present. Dorothy Yates. Representative Edward Goodwin. Representative Jared Lowry. Dr. LaRonda Lowry.
Present.
Dr. Stephanie Locklear. Present. And Chair Epstein. Thank you, Dr. Leslie. Our first item of business is our agenda. The agenda has been distributed to all members. We are going to move some things up just because some folks have not got here yet, but our agenda items will remain the same. May we have a motion to adopt the agenda as presented?
Brandy Jacobs, I move that we approve the agenda as presented. This is Angela Young. I second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, the agenda is adopted and carries. Thank you. Our next order of business is the approval of our November 2024 minutes. They were sent and I hope you've had time to review them. Are there any suggestions or recommendations to our 2024 minutes? May we have a motion to approve our meeting?
Amanda Broussard, I move to approve the minutes from November 2024.
Tamara Carter, I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Minutes approved. Thank you. So the first thing on our agenda, we are going to go ahead and move Dr. Leslie Locklear up, and she is going to provide a SACY Summit update. special recognition folks have confirmed attendance, but, okay.
Confirmed, attendance with the new date, so they will both be there.
Are you going the day before?
Yes, I plan to go up, Dr. Albright, who's working with us at Campbell, said that if we are able to go up this. Dr. Tiffany, did you also want me to go ahead and do my updates from TPI?
Sure.
There are just a few things that I wanted to provide updates on since the last time I met with you all was in November. Hello. There we go. So my role has now been pulled out and I fall in the Office of Indian Education, which falls under the Chief Academic Officer. So that is now where my role falls. I'm also excited to announce that starting at the end of February, I will be hosting collaborative conversations with Title VII program coordinators and directors. This was something that was asked for in the fall. Is there a time when we can come together and talk about shared issues, shared concerns? The biggest one that came up was the student information system and the transfer to a new system. So I will have representatives joining us on that call on February 26th. It will be recorded, so if folks cannot attend, there will be an opportunity for them to go back and listen. But my vision is that this is an opportunity for our Indian education coordinators and directors to ask direct questions about the new student information system. I also shared with them a PowerPoint where they can post those questions that will be shared with the presenters ahead of time so that they can prepare their presentation. What I am working diligently on right now is the SACE report. I have gotten a first draft of the SACE report that I am working through. We are waiting on 2 additional data points in terms of enrollment and our suspension data. So once that is finalized and I've gone through the first draft a few times, I will be sure to share it with you all. But we do have a first draft of that report. So I will be meeting with the Chief Academic Officer. She will begin on March 24th. And it is my vision to discuss with her what my next steps are, share also with her what my priorities are, and then my vision setting for this role, because she's not new to DPI, and she's not new to the position of being a Chief Academic Officer, but it will be very unique for me because I am a office of one. So just letting her know what support might look like in terms of my role. And then, of course, I've been working on the American Indian Education Summit, which is coming up. We have everything logistically planned and detailed out for that. We are just waiting to implement. And we were ready, of course, when unfortunately the inclement weather came. My next steps is I'm really excited to do more district outreach and tribal outreach. I want to start reaching out to tribal councils directly and talk to them a little bit more about tribal consultation, what that should look like and what they should be preparing for when it comes to tribal consultation, and then the same with the districts. And then I've been working during the snow time on the SACE website, also the American Indian Education website. There were a lot of broken links on there. So just trying to give the website some love. I will ask from you all, if you have websites that have great resources, please share them with me. If there are websites that you use frequently, please share them. I'm going to be revamping all of that over the next few months and really just setting the vision for what that looks like. I get asked a lot, can you share resources? Can you share resources? And I don't want to point them to a website that does not have good information. So if there are websites that you use regularly or that you share in your district, please share those with me and I will be building out that website. It already has some updates now on there. You're welcome to go and take a look at, but I'm going to continue working on that. And then, of course, with the new chief academic officer, now that I'm coming towards the end of my 6-7 months here, I really want to start strategic planning and development of what is the next 5 years going to look like for this position. What is it going to look like in terms of success? What are the measures of that success? So that is my vision. And then along with Dr. Tiffany, I'm excited to attend the United Tribes of North Carolina conference in Greensboro and will be co-presenting with her there on the SACE report. Thank you, Dr. Tiffany.
Are there any questions for Dr. Leslie? Dr. Leslie, I think we would all like to thank you for just hitting the ground running and doing a fabulous job and supporting SACE. So thank you for all you're doing for SACE. I also want to highlight that chief academic officer. When I first came to SACE, she was very involved. Dr. Maria Patrice Martin was very involved in the work of SACE. So I do anticipate her supporting and prioritizing the work of SACE. So thank you. Next on our agenda, we have with us Mr. Greg Richardson from the North Carolina Commission of Indian Affairs to provide updates. Thank you for joining us, Mr. Richardson. Thank you for joining us.
Good morning, Dr. Locklear and members of the SACE Council. I just want to say a couple of things before I get into my presentation about how pleased I am and we are at the Commission of Indian Affairs to see Dr. Leslie Locklear here working at the DPI. She, as you already see, has hit the ground running. I was in a meeting a week or so ago where she was presenting information and just so impressed, Dr. Locklear. And so please know that we support your efforts, and if there's anything we can do to support what your agenda is and your efforts, please let us know. I was hoping to see Dr. Olivia Oxendine today, my friend who has been part of this work for many, many years. And so that tells me I'll have to get on the phone and reach out to her. But I need to ask, though, is she going to be calling in later maybe?
Yes, she's actually planning to call.
Okay.
She was just going to be a little bit late.
Thank you. I want to also acknowledge our commission member, Mrs. Hey there, how you doing? And so good to see you. Miss Dorothy, I don't think she'll mind me saying this. You know, she's been kind of under the weather and she's had some surgery. And I was really wondering if she was going to be present today. She's looking good. And so she's a strong American Indian woman. And I see that she's ready and willing to do battle and keep the work going forward here. I wanted to say to you that we have a new secretary at the Department of Administration, and his name is Gabriel Esparzo, and he is from Charlotte. He's not been involved with state government before, but he's been involved at community college level and many other areas. So he brings a wealth of experience to that position. And Ms. Noelle Talley is our new deputy secretary for the department. Noelle comes to the DOA from the governor's office. For many years, she's worked for that office, and I've known her for a number of years. And so it's good to know that, you know, we're going to have someone that we have a longstanding relationship with, in particular with her work with Governor Cooper's office. And we were, of course, sad to lose Secretary Pamela Cashwell, who was our secretary under Governor Cooper, but elated to know that she has been appointed as secretary to the North Carolina Department of Cultural and Natural Resources. So we still have an American Indian at the top run of state government. And I think that speaks volumes for our population. It speaks volumes for us having someone who can be in the governor's cabinet meetings each month, each week, to speak up for us and to help address our issues and concerns. We have relocated, and we're just across the street here, always at 325 North Salisbury Street in the Avalon building. So we're still adjusting. You know, as you move, you don't realize how much stuff you have until you move. And so we're working to get everything in place and move right ahead. We have a new program I wanted to talk about a little bit, and that's an exciting program because it's a new program that's tied to the U.S. Department of Agriculture. And that program is designed to help us to basically help our people get home loans. We have a lot of programs that addresses across the state with our commission, addresses rent assistance, but we didn't have anything in terms of a program that can help us, our people get into a home, buy a home, and those kind of things. So we are standing that program up. We have staff in place. We have started the application process. We're working on now getting a lot of that put on the website so that you can actually go and start the process of applying or submitting an application. And Kimberly Hammonds is the lead staff person for that project right now. But Kimberly is going to be leaving us in April because she's going to be retiring. Kim has been with us for many, many years. And so we'll be assigning additional staff to pick up that slack there. We're also starting the process of forward thinking for that position. We're preparing a job description, new job description for that position. And we're planning now to post that position prior to her actually retiring. That will help us in terms of recruiting for that position. So if you all, once you see that posting, help us to get the word out, help us to get our people informed so that we can get good applicants to apply. One of our other new programs is the Tobacco Survey Program. And that program is collecting data on our population in terms of tobacco use. We want to know what the impact of tobacco use might have on our population. This is a bridge program between our Commission, Health and Human Services in North Carolina, and the CDC. Each applicant for that program, if you want to participate and fill out a survey, tribal members can get a $25 gift card. So that's the incentive to get people to actually submit their survey packages. Our domestic violence and sexual assault program is growing. Just this week, we received notification from Health and Human Services that Governor's Crime Commission, we've received $126,000 in additional funding to support the work of that program. Wanted to talk a little bit about the North Carolina Indian Unity Conference and promote that. I hope that everyone that's part of SACE and listening in today and a part of the meeting will promote the North Carolina Indian Unity Conference. This is the 50th anniversary of the North Carolina Indian Unity Conference. Proud to say that I've been to all of them. So I'm telling you my age now. So I attended the first one. In fact, just this week, Miss Dorothy, I was going through some of my paperwork files, one of my dad's files, in fact, because my dad was very active involved with the Hallawasaponi tribe as a council member, chief, vice chief, and chief. And I found the first newsletter that the commission prepared in 1975. That was so interesting to read, to see the tribal members that were involved in that work, all of Wasaponi, Coherent, all over the state that were involved. And then the first two programs that we had was what you remember as the Educational Talent Search Program. That program was just so helpful in terms of promoting the idea of our students going on to college once they graduate. And I see some heads nodding in here because you were part of that program. And so that's just so historic. And some of the names that's listed in that newsletter that were part of that staff at that time. So just had a really good time reading that. So the Indian Unity Conference is a great opportunity for us to come together, to share ideas, and to talk about what is needed in our state. And we don't have to think too long today to think about the issues that we're being confronted with. Not going to go into all of that. We'll have time to discuss and debate some of those issues at the Indian Unity Conference. So that is something we need to support. And I know that you take pride in the fact that we have the largest American Indian conference of its type, the North Carolina Indian Unity Conference in North Carolina and on the East Coast. With last year in Charlotte, we had over 450 attendees from all of our communities. So we all need to take pride in knowing the fact that we have that large conference, and we need to continue to support it. So as tradition goes, we always have our commission meeting on the first day, Thursday, March 6th, starting at 9:30 in the morning. Our commission meeting will be convened. And during that commission meeting, of course, we will address issues that pertain to these programs, some of these programs that I mentioned. We'll be discussing our legislative agenda for this year. We have a legislative agenda rolling out from 2024, but we already know that there's going to be some other ideas probably moving forward as far as that legislative agenda. So if SACE has some legislative concerns or ideas that you might want to think about moving to the General Assembly, this is a great opportunity to collaborate with the commission so that we have a partnership between SACE, the commission, and also our tribes and urban associations moving forward, pushing support for any legislation that we want to place before the General Assembly. So I encourage you to think about that and to talk with other tribal leaders and educators about that same subject. We'll also be supporting the Southeastern Native Studies Conference that's going to be at Old Maid at UNCP. We'll also be supporting the Education Summit that Dr. Leslie talked about just a moment ago. I believe still on the agenda for that as far as opening up that kind of thing. And so we'll be there in support of the Education Summit. When I got word of the Education Summit, I remembered years ago, we had several efforts in motion in our state to have an Education Summit, and we had several. And each of those were very impactful. And so I'm so glad to see that we're moving in a direction now, bringing back perhaps an annual Indian Education Summit, because those issues out there in our schools and our communities related to our students and our population are very, very important. So we should, maybe think about doing this on an annual basis. And I want to put a little plug in for Campbell University. Dr. Leslie is going down to Campbell with that summit. And I have to say that Campbell and Dr. Bryant at Campbell University has been extremely supportive of the work that our tribes, our commission, and our Indian organizations is doing. So I'm just so pleased and proud of that. And too, we have a cohort there. The first one was in 2023, 24, and the one that's there now is 24, 25 in American Indian Leadership Cohort. So help Dr. Bryant promote that. It was an idea that we thought was important so that we'd have an opportunity, a place in our state to have a annual function, an annual event so that we could talk about some of those issues wrapped around our tribes, wrapped around our communities. And in essence, what the whole theory in my mind is to help prepare our young leaders and some who have not been involved with tribal government work, help them to become prepared to sit at the table, to know how business is conducted at a tribal council meeting. What are the pros and cons of, becoming engaged into the tribal work? What are the ideas that, the things that we need to maybe do in terms of bringing new programs into our communities? Those are items that are very, very important. So now we have some very overarching issues relating to our two tribes, federal recognition for the Lumbee. And that bill has been reintroduced. It was reintroduced on January the 16th into Congress. And we also have Halawasa Pony, who's also pursuing legislation and getting a bill reintroduced from the last session of the General Assembly. So at this time, those are the only two state recognized tribes that we know of in our state that's pursuing federal recognition and working with their congressional delegations to pursue a bill to get federal recognition. Moving on and wrapping up here too with the SACE, you all know, and Ms. Dorothy kind of takes the lead on this with her education committee of the commission. There's been a notice sent out in terms of vacancies that's coming up this year. And what we strive to do is to get nominations to you all by March, and by the end of March, so that what you can do is get those nominations before the state board, because the state board actually appoints those members. All we do is collect the nominations, recommendations, and send those forth to you all. So at this point, I think there's 2, 4, 6 people in play right now. Some of those are eligible for reappointment, and then and I think there's at least 2 that are not eligible, where we're going to need nominations, and I think those come from Metrolina Native and Triangle Native American Society in Raleigh. So Ms. Dorothy can shed additional light on that later on. So that work is continuing. So we want to wrap that up at the March 6th commission meeting in terms of the commission approving those names moving forward to you all for further consideration. Other appointments that the commission has in terms of legislative authority, like SACE, would be members on the North Carolina Commission of Indian Affairs. So we start that process in January and February of preparing a notice that goes out to the tribes and the urban organizations, indicating to them which of the Indian members of the commission's terms will end June 30th. That work is in play right now. So what we'll do, we'll send out a notice, and before the end of June, we will have names in place going to, names coming from the tribes and organizations to either reappoint members to the commission that are in those seats or to appoint new members in those seats. And so right now there are 7 Indian members whose terms are coming up. And one of those is a legislative reappointment coming up. So that action will be taken by a member of the General Assembly. So 7 members of our commission who will have terms turning over June 30th. The Indian Housing Authority is the other legislative authority that the commission has in terms of collecting nominations. And in this case, the nominations go from the commission to the governor's office, because the governor appoints the members to the North Carolina Indian Housing Authority. The difference between the legislation at the Indian Housing Authority and the commission is the tribes individually appoint the members to the commission, not the governor. So that is a very distinct difference in terms of the way our legislation is drafted. So that concludes my presentation. If you have any questions, I would be happy to entertain those at this time.
Any questions for Mr. Richards?
Okay. Hearing none, Dr. Locklear, I'm always pleased to have the opportunity to come and give you an update on the North Carolina Commission of Indian Affairs. Keep up the good work, and please know that I really do appreciate all that you do. You know, this work is not easy. There is sacrifices involved, long days, night meetings, travel involved, homework. You know, we don't always finish up the homework when we get out of school, do we? So thank you again. Really appreciate what you do. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Green. We always appreciate your support and your partnership with Stacy and helping us to advocate and opening the door for us to provide legislative updates. So thank you for always supporting Stacy, being present with us and giving us these updates. I also do want to acknowledge for the roll call, Dr. Leslie, that Ms. Dorothy is joining us. Welcome, Ms. Dorothy. I do want to reiterate the fact of the 50th Unity Conference. If any of our SACY members can attend, to please do that. And then also want to scaffold Mr. Richardson's message of Campbell University and Dr. Alfred Bryant supporting the SACY Summit and supporting the work that we do. And I think one of our members, Ms. Tamara Carter, I think you were in the leadership. So thank you for embracing that opportunity and continuing to support North Carolina and growing and so forth. So, all right, thank you. Thank you for joining us. Representative Jared Lowry is joining us via Zoom, and we are a little bit ahead on the agenda, but he is in the room. So we're going to go ahead and allow Representative Jared to bring us legislative updates. Thank you, Representative Lowry, for joining us today to provide these updates.
Thank you, Dr. Locklear. It's a blessing to be with you here this morning. Apologize, I cannot be in person this morning. My little girl had the flu, and I found out yesterday she can't go back to the daycare until she gets a negative test. So I'm learning stuff as a new parent. So I appreciate you allowing me to join you via Zoom. I just want to give a little update from my side and from my office and from the General Assembly. So last week we kicked off, or excuse me, on the 9th, 29th, we kicked off a session. And right now things are really slow in the General Assembly. People are introducing bills. We start committee meetings next week, so probably next 2 or 3 weeks you'll start seeing legislation start to be passed, at least in the House. The budget this year starts in the Senate side, so you're going to see them moving a little bit more quickly when it comes to legislation, because they have to be done. They have to be finished before we do. But I give you a little update. So I was appointed chairman of the Federal Relations and American Indian Affairs Committee. Really excited about that. We have some members on there. A co-chair of mine is Representative Mike Clampett, who happens to represent the Eastern Band of Cherokee, and also Representative Bill Ward represents the Meherrin tribe. And both of those gentlemen have spoken to me about trying to be more engaged in American Indian communities, and so they want to, they want to be more engaged. They want to learn more. They want to do more. So I'm really excited about that. Also, I'm the vice chairman of the Agriculture Committee, which I think touches all our communities. And also, I'm the vice chairman of the Emergency Response and Disaster Recovery Committee. We've had a lot of bad storms over the past, I say, 8 or 10 years, let's just say, from Matthew, Florence, and now Helene. So I'm excited to be a part of that committee as we continue to reform what recovery and response looks like. Some of our communities in southeastern North Carolina, are still recovering 8 years later from Hurricane Matthew. And we want to make sure that with Hurricane Helene, that the recovery is a lot more efficient and quicker than what we experience here in southeastern North Carolina. A few things that I am working on that are priorities of mine for this session is I am working to put together some legislation to address offensive mascots. SACY has really led the effort over the years in helping to identify those mascots, those offensive mascots. And while I am drafting up the legislation, as soon as I get it, a draft completed, I will share with the committee. I'd love to have your thoughts, love to have your input. Of course, I am looking at it to be a 4 to 5 year process, but I think we're probably in the right time to start addressing some of the offensive mascots that we have in North Carolina public schools. I know last year when there was discussions with me about potentially continuing to build out the Office of Indian Education over there in DPI. I have some ideas. Of course, I want your input. I want to know exactly, what kind of support, what kind of staff you think there needs to be there. I do have some funding ideas on how we can make it happen. If we can come up with what that framework would look like. And also, I am working on some legislation to get more support, more financial support to all our tribes across North Carolina. Hopefully, in about 2 weeks, we can be rolling out a comprehensive plan that will be able to put some more resources to our individual tribes, put more resources towards Indian education here in North Carolina that we'll have a little more authority to kind of spend how we choose, and maybe create a new program or supporting a certain area. And when that draft comes out, we'd love to have all your input and support. I will share with you. I'm trying my best this session to be as ambitious as possible early on, because we know funding will be tight. So I'm trying to find some innovative ways of finding funding this year. We are going to be spending a lot of time on Hurricane Helene, a lot of time on and not just time, but resources focused on Hurricane Helene. So while I'm trying to be aggressive, I'm trying to be realistic in the amount of monies we may be able to direct towards our communities. But that's why I'm trying to get innovative and creative in finding those dollars, so we don't miss out on a budget this year. And lastly, I think it's important. I don't know what happened in the past, but your legislative priorities are important to me. Same way with Mr. Richardson and the Commission of Indian Affairs. I'm looking forward to working with you as you further develop your legislative priorities, so we can get those accomplished. And I want you to know that I feel fairly confident that we're going to be able to do some good things this session. It may seem like things are starting slow right now, but I can tell you our bill filing deadline is 3 weeks earlier this year than it was 2 years ago. So there's a lot of things happening, and I'm looking forward to having a great session.
Thank you, Representative Lowry. At this time, I'm going to open the floor for any questions that SACE members may have. At this time, there are no questions. Representative Lowry, we certainly send well wishes to your daughter. Family first. Thank you for joining us today. Congratulations on all your committee appointments. We are so excited for you, and trust and believe in you moving things forward with American Indians. So thank you for your dedication to SACE and your commitment. It is our intention to design our recommendations to support legislative updates and to create those in those terms of aligning with the North Carolina Commission of Indian Affairs, what you guys are doing in the legislature and then SACE. So aligning those priorities. So we will be discussing our recommendations today and hope to be able to provide you with some of that. And as you work on these committees, I think I can speak for everyone. We are happy to support any work that you're doing or to provide any feedback on any of these initiatives as you move forward. Thank you for joining us today. Again, thank you for your commitment to SACE.
Thank you, Dr. Locklear. And if it's all right, I do plan on staying around for the rest of the morning and just listening in and trying to take in as much knowledge as I can.
Absolutely. Thank you. Let us know if you have any questions. All right, at this time, we're just going to keep moving up on the agenda. So I'm going to go ahead and do the 2026 SACE report focus and data future request. So of course, the 2025 report is currently being worked on. We discussed that in the fall, the data that we would like to see in that 2025 report, that has been worked on as we speak. And so Dr. Leslie and I spoke and talked about a future SACE report focus and data request in the realm of us being really intentional in that how can we take that data and really impact our tribal communities? And so some of that is in the ask. what are we asking for? What data are we asking for? And then using that data to inform next steps. And so we know that the data request in the report has looked the same for many years. It's been the same since I've been here. And so giving that report to state board is almost like I continuously saying we're lagging behind, right? But we do want to take the first step in saying how can we as a board take this data, be intentional with it, and inform our tribal communities so that we are the first responders and stakeholders to the Native students that we are serving. So I wanted to open the floor for us to have a discussion about future data requests. What are some things that you would like to see? I did kind of go into PowerPoint and just created some talking points for us. And so I'll just start those off and then we can begin to think about others. One of the things that I thought about was that our achievement data always starts at 3rd grade. And we know by this point, there is an opportunity gap. It's already present. So what information could we provide before 3rd grade to target earlier interventions, whether that be DIBELS or whatever, if we want to request some of that data?
What kind of data is available for before 3rd grade? What are some of their yearly assessments that they do for reading? Do they have them for math? What would be available that would be across the board that we could use for this report?
And Ms. Dorothy, I actually reached out to the early learning department. I may be butchering that name here at DPI and just asked a little bit about what they provide to state board in terms of reporting. There was literacy around DIBELS. I also think it's very beneficial to talk about our pre-K attendance rates and our kindergarten going rates. I think that's really important because the research clearly shows that early intervention is key. So at what rate are American Indian students going to pre-K compared to other students? And I actually have the presentation from the state board that was presented by that group that I'm happy to share with you all to take a look at of that information that's it goes K through 3. But a big part of that was that DIBELS data around literacy. The question that I did not ask was data around math. I did not ask any clarifiers around that. But we should also be able to get attendance data. And then also any data around behavior, or I'm thinking suspension, which of course we should have all of that data from kindergarten through 2nd grade. But in terms of academic achievement, I'm happy to share that with the SACE committee so you can see that presentation that was presented, I want to say in August, to the state board. But I will also say, Ms. Dorothy, if there is something that you feel like would be beneficial to our communities, and it can be an ask that I can make that we start collecting that data or look at how to collect that data, that is also a question. So if we're thinking outside of the box of if you don't collect it now, but we find it beneficial, then how can I help DPI navigate how to get that information for our communities?
Dr. Leslie, I'll add, since you brought up attendance, I'm wondering, is there a way that you can break up attendance of like elementary and middle school versus like high school? Because if I'm looking at that data and I just see all American Indian students attendance, I'm going to look at it differently if it's a high school student versus like elementary and middle, thinking about I might need to do some more parent interventions, family interventions versus like a student intervention. So I don't know if that's a possibility to have that broken down.
Would there be a way to even determine if students have access to pre-K too? Like, is there a pre-K that they can take advantage of in their community?
So Dr. Leslie, so far we have that Deals literacy, pre-K and kindergarten attendance. And then breaking that attendance by elementary, middle, and high school. And then I think if we do pre-K and kindergarten attendance, that will inform if they have access.
I think Dr. Leslie also mentioned like suspension behavior data as well.
So typically in the safety report, we have we've been doing the suspension data short term. So you're saying long term.
So we reported short-term data, and this is a conversation I'm actually working with them on now because we only reported it by the state. We did not separate it out by the district in terms of that suspension data. But my question back to them was if we have insufficient numbers, we can't report the data anyway. So I'm waiting on that response back. If we have sufficient numbers, which usually means 10 or more, we can report that data. But in some districts, we know that it will be less than 10 and it will show up as an asterisk. So once I get that information, I will bring it back to you all. If we think it's beneficial to report in that way, that's fine. But I don't know why long-term suspension has never been included. I have only saw short-term, but I'm happy to ask about long-term if that's beneficial.
Can I just add as a reference point, I agree with you, Dr. Leslie. I think long-term would definitely be helpful for me where I sit, because when I look at our discipline referral data, our American Indian students are actually pretty low when it comes to discipline referrals, but we're the highest in our district for cost per incident, meaning they lose the most number of days per incident over any other race or ethnicity. And I don't know if anybody else sees that, but that would also connect to the long-term suspensions there. So.
With the reporting 10 or more, that's per county, but as a statewide, it would give you all of it.
Yeah, so we can report statewide because it will show up more than insufficient. But let's say that I'm reporting on Guilford County and they had 5 students that had short-term suspension. It would show up as an asterisk. It would not identify those 5 students, which is the same issue we had when reporting SAT data. And we had to pull it from the report this year because every district just showed up as a star, which is not informative at all. So once we get that data and I show it to you all can decide, is it beneficial? Some districts may have more data and can report, others may not. And we can take a look at it from that lens.
Dr. Leslie, I have a question. Could the district person who manages the SIS, could they pull AIAU data when it comes to behavior? Is there a way, or do they get their information from DPI?
We should all have access to all the same things. Mm-hmm. It's just when in those districts where there's smaller numbers, it's an insufficient amount to report. Mm-hmm. While it may be beneficial and would still behoove districts to pull that data and Title VII coordinators, it would not appear, it would not be beneficial to appear in our report. But we can write that in there that we encourage you to seek this information. We can word it that way. But as for our reporting, when data reporting, it just shows as insufficient.
And Dr. Leslie, I just wanted to mention, if we're seeing that it's less than 10, that's a good thing, that our students aren't fitting in that category. And then to answer your question, Angelique, again, through Power School, each district can pull their own information.
Dr. Leslie, is North Carolina using the DIPLS for math too? Or are they just using it for literacy?
That I don't know. Like I said, I have that presentation, but I did not go all the way through it, but I can share it. She did share it with me.
So we'll definitely want some math. They include some math data. So if we can just add that as a bullet. I know they do the K2 math assessments. So hopefully we can pull some type of data for math.
Are we able to pull any special education data to see what students are receiving those services?
Like in enrollment or
IEP,
Gotcha.
504s?
And then typically, in the report, we have included AP, SAT, and ACT data. And so really wanted to unpack that as well. So one of the things we do know is a lot of the American Indian students are not taking that SAT. And so having a discussion about that, and if we want to continue to report that data.
And I just wanted to mention, I mentioned this at our last meeting, but I think the reason for that is because the state test for 11th grade is the ACT test. So the students have the opportunity to take that test for free. And like the boot camp that they're doing in the local school districts, they're focusing more on ACT versus SAT.
And just so, and I know I said this last meeting, we will not have any district-specific SAT reporting in this report because all numbers were insufficient for American Indian students. There will be statewide information that is reported, but there has been a decrease, I think, overall for SAT testing. So all numbers were insufficient across the state. So that will be removed from the report that is coming out now. So that will already look different because we don't have that data. I did ask about additional information regarding CCP classes, enrollment in CCP classes, and then also CTE, because I think that may paint a different picture of our students as well in terms of what they are enrolled in, what they're interested in, what they're taking. To my knowledge, that's not something that's been included in the report, but if you're interested in that, we can look at that data as well.
So then it would probably be best if we did look at the CTE and the CCP rather than the ACT, the SAT. So do we want to continue to report the SAT? Okay, so then our request will be for CCP and CTE.
Can I get a breakdown on what those acronyms stand for?
Yeah, CCP is the College and Career Promise. So these are students in high school that take classes in partnership with like their local community college. And they take those classes for free and they get dual enrollment and dual credit. So they get high school credit and then also college credit for those classes. And then CTE is career and technical education. And these are usually programs in high schools. Every high school is different. Every district is different in terms of what they offer in terms of CTE. So we would have to kind of explore how to norm that across the state and what that might look like for CTE enrollment. But those CCP classes are typically kind of standardized in terms of students are either enrolled in CCP, College and Career Promise, or not. But it's just an opportunity for them to kind of get a head start on their college classes.
Would that be including like early college, stuff like that, or is that different?
That I would have to ask about because we would have to differentiate because a student enrolled in early college taking college courses is very different than if I'm just a junior taking a one-off course. So we would have to figure out how here at DPI they disaggregate that data. And because I think we're talking about two totally different groups of students. Those are very distinct groups of students. We've also, speaking of early college, seen of course, an increase in early college. We don't necessarily break down anything specifically about early college in terms of American Indian student enrollment. I don't even know what that would look like, but that is also something to consider.
Also, I don't know what DIBELS is.
It's a program that they use for literacy and math. Or it can be used for math as well.
For elementary school too, that's right.
Yes. And then discussing the concept of including health and well-being data. Is there any of that data that you would like to see, such as the suicide rate or any other health and well-being data?
Yeah, I would like to see like any mental health data that there is, and any if they report homelessness data, student parents data. I know CTE specifically has like a special populations report, so they have to actually report what CTE students are homeless, who are student parents, male and female, all of that special data. So I know when I had to report homelessness data, I didn't have to report the race. So I just had to give a number. That goes the same for student parent data. So I don't know if that can be tracked, but we'll see.
Listen, I think last time we discussed using the North Carolina Teaching and Working Conditions Survey. Were we all fine with using that?
And we're going to get more information on that today so you can see a little bit about what's involved and then also where we may be limited on that. Cole is going to share in a little bit about that and we can kind of discuss that too.
To add to Candace's, I know some Title VI programs have substance use as an objective. I don't know if how districts track that. I know we have a substance abuse program that students enroll in, but I don't know if that's something that NCDPI can share.
I'm sitting here thinking, I'm sorry. So I would also like us to look at math one. I know it's the area of growth across the state, but really pulling out the American Indian data would be helpful. So the 8th grade proficiency rates increased for American Indians. We do know that that was a glow for American Indians, but that math one data is, so math one assessment takes place in 8th grade now. So that data would be beneficial. Yes. We also know that American Indian males are excelling in EOC biology and English 1. There has been outstanding AP performance in districts like Charlotte and Cumberland. And then I did some grows over here in that our American Indian females experience a decline in biology proficiency. And then, of course, math one continues to warrant our attention.
Dr. Locklear, just a question. Should that be English 2 instead of English 1 because we don't have a state test for English 1?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other thoughts? And then we can kind of do a comprehensive review of these asks to make sure we have all of them. And so what do we have, Dr. Leslie? We have DIBELS, literacy and potentially math, pre-K and kindergarten attendance, long-term suspension, CCP and CTE. Any special factors such as suicidal or homelessness. That might be stupid. And possibly the North Carolina teaching working conditions. I just butchered that one. And when we look at the attendance rate, we do want to do that by elementary, middle, and high. Did I have all of them?
And our request, to the extent possible, information disaggregated by district and then by race. And then if it's feasible that we can report, we'll report. But if it's insufficient, then we would just advise districts and Title VI programs in their school improvement conversations to review that data internally.
Okay. And math one, I didn't have math one on my notes. Any other data requests?
Did you say EC and 504 data?
I did, and thank you.
I have that right now.
Is that all of them, Dr. Leslie?
I will say, in looking at the most recent data, again, I know that the report is in draft form, and that we will continue to be working on that draft. I think it's really important to notice the areas like Dr. Tiffany has pointed out here, where things are increasing and then areas where things are continuing to decrease. Some of us exist in districts where there may be 1 or 2 high schools where these can be very intentional conversations. So for example, I never want to see American Indian females declining in a STEM area. So the decline in biology proficiency, that is definitely a conversation we would want to have about what is happening in biology. How can we support that? But then clearly our American Indian males are loving whatever is going on in biology, and how can we continue to support that? And what does that look like? And then also having conversations when you look at the data around these districts that are doing really well in terms of like their outstanding AP performance when it comes to like Charlotte or Cumberland, what might be happening there. So I think it's going to be really important as we think ahead. How can we highlight those programs, or are there teachers that are doing things that we want to highlight in terms of their instructional strategies and what they're doing and how they're getting the students involved? So when we finally report that data, when we see those really big gains, I hope that we can be attentive to those and strategically pull out what is happening there in that situation that is making a difference that we need to share statewide, because some of the gains were as big as 20 points. And when we're talking about proficiency rates, that's a lot to see a jump in 20 points. But I also want to be clear, sometimes that's the difference in 10 students taking a test and 5 students taking a test when it comes to American Indian students. So I have to always put that in perspective. But I do think there are some teachers across the state that are doing amazing things in these classrooms that if we can pinpoint those situations and either have them speak or present, I think would be really beneficial.
And hoping that our data will lead us to that. Because I was thinking about is there an engagement survey at NCDPI? Is there a tool that collects that data for us? A lot of times it is hard to find. If there is, then we already have that data. Any other questions, suggestions? So right now, we will provide those recommendations for 2026 report. And then next year, when we're asking for speakers, we'll be really intentional, because that'll help us with our data requests and being intentional with that. Then we can support those with the narratives like you were just pointing out, Dr. Leslie. So some of that same data we'll continue to ask and collect, and these are additions. Questions? All right, thank y'all for a healthy discussion. Next on our agenda, we have Mr. Cole Smith. Mr. Cole Smith is joining us from the Learning, Recovery, and Acceleration Program here at DPI, and he will be presenting the North Carolina Teaching Working Conditions Survey. Welcome, Mr. Smith. We're glad to have you.
Sorry, yes, hi. Thank you so much for having me. Good morning. I want to start by saying thanks to Dr. Locklear for letting me join this morning. I'm a huge data nerd, so I kind of sit in my own little computer and I don't get to share out with folks everything that we've been analyzing for the last year. And I also like to thank the SAC committee altogether for letting me take up space in your session today. With that, my name is Cole Smith. In the previous administration, I was in the Office of Learning and Research. Now, I think I fall into the Office of Research and Promising Practices under the Chief Academic Officer. In my other life, I am a fourth-year PhD student at UNC Chapel Hill. I bring that up to say I care very deeply, and I'm about to write a dissertation about how to make data actionable for practitioners. So please provide all the ready and feedback you have for me today as I go along. Before we completely jump in, and I'm sorry if I'm over-explaining what the Teacher Working Conditions Survey is, but it is one of the coolest data tools that we have at NCDPI. So for the last 20 years, we've collected a near census. And I say that specifically because especially in the last 10 years, over 85% of all teaching personnel in the state of North Carolina takes this survey. So it's really a good key way to see how our teachers are paying attention to their schools and how they can see themselves being improvement actors as well. And with that, please go to the next slide. Thank you. And then, right. So 2024 marked a really fantastic year. It was actually 20 years since the inaugural Teacher Work Conditions Survey came out. Over that 20-year period, the survey grew to be 199 items. What Dr. Jenny Korn, who led the initiative to change the survey for 2024, I like to call it, was the Franken survey, right? So over time, a lot of things were added, but not a lot of things were verified, and not a lot of things were analyzed to see really what was predicting or pushing the needle on school growth and the teaching experience. And so in 2024, we completely annihilated it. And so it's down to 99 items. And we did this too because anecdotally, we heard a lot of teachers take hours to fill out this survey, but then on top of it, we would release all of this data back to schools, but not really tell them how to use it or how to operationalize it for them. So a lot of big changes. With that, it is a state survey, so we did maintain the same domain structure. So if you have taken it or used it in the past, you should see the same domains as before: retention, teacher leadership, facilities and resources, etc. And then this year was also a mark of more teacher anonymity. So this was the first time that the survey was dispersed by teacher email. So instead of one person at every school walking around with a piece of paper with codes on it, there was actually every individual teacher received their own individualized link. Also say this is a completely anonymous survey. I have had access to the survey for a year now, and I can't see anything about a teacher or anything unless they optionally included it in the survey as well. I think, right. Something I'm going to talk about in just a second is we actually were able to add these optional demographic items. And so for the first time, we collected data on personnel level for race and ethnicity, the content area that they taught in that school year, and their specific licensure status and extra credentials that they've had. Again, I'm going to talk about it in just a little bit, but the data I'm going to show you today or discuss today actually does not disaggregate on that, just for the sole reason of protecting the anonymity of teachers. But we have future analyses that I hope will bring those to light in the near couple months. So next slide, thank you. Yeah, I already talked about this, so I won't make too long on it, but a lot of what you've seen before are still the same. Something that we did redo was reorder this constructs of the survey. So that first question when you open the survey now is, my school is a great place to work and learn. And so this retention domain that you see here is actually what I would kind of call professional happiness. So it's a lot to do with what keeps them going in the school and what power they have in their school to make change. For the most part, I think, yes, the other important thing to mention, I think instructional supports and practices is now really about those top needs for NCEES process. I think you can go to the next slide. So for the 2024 iteration, I made a mark to say we had 85 plus in the last 10 years. We did this huge change. We changed the entire logistics of how it went, and our response rate this year was 85% of teachers. So 85% of teachers were able to voice their opinion of how their schools were in 2024. And because so many schools participated with that minimum completion rate, we were actually able to return data to 96% of schools that filled that out this past year. Next slide. All right. And so I told you I was going to dig into this just a little bit. So again, all of these options were, all of these items were optional. So no one was required to fill out race, ethnicity, or licensure status or content area. However, over 95% of all teachers still bought into it and did it. So it's really exciting because it really does give DPI the chance to break it out. But again, for today's sake, because the dashboard we're going to be viewing is publicly accessible, a lot of that data is not available to the general public, but we're working on it. Thank you. And so just to point you where to access these results usually. So if y'all are able to have the slides open on your screen, I think these should be linked, but the NCTWC results should lead directly to our accompanying organization, ADI's website for these surveys, where you're able to jump in and see individual item analysis, agree analysis, and historical comparison for all your schools. There is a new aggregation that exists now. It's the school and district agree comparison. So you're able to see how all districts compare to one another across all items in the survey. I think that, thank you. Okay, and so this is what I hope would be the exciting part today. Again, all feedback if it's not that interesting, but this aggregated data now lives on a public facing dashboard online. The aggregation at the current moment is at the PSU level. So what you're able to see are results for example, I'm from Duplin County, all of Duplin County's data aggregated that way. But at the same time, if I wanted to roll into Wallace Elementary, my elementary school, I can also see how teachers responded at the school level as well. And then, if you do want access to record level data, I think for y'all, it might be a different process, but you can get it now through from our new director of research when all of those cards fall into place. Next, sorry. Thank you. One more slide, and this is the part I'm feeling really bad if you are forced to be my clicker. But if you're able to open the deck right now, you can actually click that link. Before we jump into the dashboard explicitly, I do want to talk about these actionable items just for a second. So that third box you see from the left includes interpretation guides at the school and district level. So for every single item on the survey, it actually matches at the school level, at the district level. Questions you can be asking in your school board meetings, in your district board meetings, that can kind of push you to use this data in an actionable way. And then if you're okay with clicking around at the dashboard, jump in it, yes. Oh, so sorry. Sorry, go back. And then the dashboard is the one more square to the right. Thank you. And before I completely dive in, the deck does include what I'm about to describe to you as well, just hidden in the slides. And then on top of it, as of this morning around 9 a.m., I'm trying to create the version 2 of this survey. So I'm aiming by Monday, and I will talk about what to expect for that. But by Monday, you should actually be able to have more access to this data than you currently do. But what you can see on this first landing page is the state overall. So all of these bubbles represent the number of items on the survey that are devoted to each domain. So you can see again, so not only do we have instructional supports, we also have instructional needs. So things that teachers identified as their top 3 needs for instructional support as well. If you scroll down just a little bit, it just displays what I kind of just described to you, that over 85% of all the all the participants who participated in 2024, 85% were teachers, or classroom teachers. And we can also see the distribution of experience by educator and how many years you've been an educator, as well as how many years you've been in your current school. And then if you scroll to the top and jump into the PSU summary. Thank you. I am so sorry about that. It is a very big file, and that's why it's taking so long to get back up. So once you first land here, if anyone wants to volunteer a PSU, right now it's Alamance County just because it's the first one in the alphabet. But what you're able to see is these Gantt charts. And so these dark green are the strongly agree, the light green is agree. And so you're able to disaggregate across answer choice. So you can kind of also see where some of your teachers might have varying opinions of what's going on. To dig into that just a little further, if you don't mind clicking the drop down underneath group by on the left-hand side, you can see this data actually broken down at the personnel level and the school level. So if you don't mind clicking immediate professional plans. Now you will also be able to see based on, I plan on being in my school for another year, or I plan to stay in an education role not in my school. You're also able to see these movers and these stayers in a different light. So you're able to break down that personnel level about how these folks are feeling. So as you can imagine, people who are planning to leave their school might have differing opinions, and that might be something to look for when you're looking at these data. If you click that drop down one more time, I'm going to show one school level version. So economic disadvantage is probably the best one. And so what this is displaying is across all of Alamance County, you're able to see how differing opinions are based on the amount of poverty at each school. So this does aggregate multiple schools into one category if they do fall in the different quintiles of poverty. But as you can see, specifically even in this example, there's very differing opinions based on the amount of poverty in the school about what's being provided to teachers in the community that supports them. And so What to expect on Monday is I will actually create this dashboard will expand to be able to compare districts across the entire state. So not only will you be able to see just Alamance County, you can choose Alamance County and Duplin County and compare them stacked to one another to see how they differ as well. If you don't mind clicking the compare schools button at the top, this actually takes out that summary for the entire district and shows individual dots for every school in Alamance County. The data behind this is 3 gigabytes, and I'm sorry for how long it loads, but you're able to see the same sets of questions now, but you're also able to see how that changes based on the school. So for example, that fourth one from the, so what you're able to see is that for whichever school you're hovering over, be Everett Jordan Elementary, 94% of teachers agree with this statement. Those 2 lines that you see there are, the blue line is the average for the PSU. So something to note is if your school, your dot is lower than the PSU, that means your school is below average in agreement. And then similarly for the orange line, that's the state of North Carolina. One additional update for this specific visual to come is there will be a third line for state board region as well. And then if you don't mind clicking display instructional needs, and I will stop talking soon, I promise. These are very different questions because they don't answer an agreement. It's you indicate your top 3 levels of support. And so something you're able to see here for Alamance County specifically, most schools are requesting support for professional development in special populations and multilingual learners and their specific content area. And if you scroll down all the way, you'll see the things that they feel more strongly about that they don't need professional development for. For the sake of time, because I can't see the time from here. Okay. Yeah. You can also see the disaggregation here as well. So the school type on the group by section will actually separate these circles based on the type of school. This is also broken down by Title I status of not, economic disadvantage, as well as, I believe, grade level for the entire county as well. And the participant groups, especially across all school and PSUs, those are only going to be those 3 main demographics for now. So it's the professional plans, whether they plan to stay or not, the years they've been an educator overall, and the years they've been an educator in their school. Almost done rambling. School summary is one more dig in further where you're now able to see everything broken down at the very specific school level. So right this second, Ace Academy gets to be our lucky winner because they're, again, the first in the alphabet, but this charter school is able to then break down their data, again, by personnel level aggregation. I won't make you click, but the display instructional needs shows a very similar graph at the PSU level. And then finally, data download. So this is actually going to be the raw data. So this is the % of agreement for every question broken down for every single personnel or school type, the entire state. And so this is going to be your easiest way to compare in mass, but it's just not quite as pretty. So I'm sorry for that. But one more thing to look forward to in this one as well is there will now be 2 more sets of columns for the state board region aggregate. I just talked a lot of data at you, and I'm a huge data nerd. So are there any questions at the moment about navigating or what we can get from this? No? Okay. If you have any questions, again, the new iteration will also have my email, but my email is cole.smith@dpi.nc.gov. So if you have any questions about what we can release even internally, please reach out. I'm in cahoots with Dr. Thomas Tomberlin, who runs a lot of the teacher retention work. And he and I are trying to figure out these analyses that we can release at least internally to actually make these actionable for DPI, but not release the data publicly for the general population. But please reach out with any questions.
Cole, thanks for sharing this with us. You might have shared this and I missed it because I was trying to internalize all this data.
It's a lot.
Are you able to share teacher working conditions for American Indian staff or teachers
So that's kind of the qualm at the moment, right? So I want data usable and I do want that released to everyone as possible on this specific dashboard. I'm scared to put that disaggregation solely for the sake of safety and anonymity for the teachers. That's kind of what I'm hoping to work with Dr. Tomberlin to do from here on out. I can't promise that it will be on this dashboard, but we are trying to do analyses where this is actually usable for folks as well. So I'm sorry it's not there yet. Thank you.
And Cole, is it because the numbers are so small? That's what I wanted to understand in our conversation, that again, the ends are so small for some of our schools and districts that they would be easily identifiable, right?
Yes, ma'am. So I jumped in, and when you flagged that, I jumped into the Title VI, I believe I'm okay there, Title VI school districts, and I kind of just looked, and yeah, the teachers. So at the moment, this dashboard won't show anything with less than 5 teachers in a grouping. So like even my elementary school will lose this data because there's only so many teachers there. So that's absolutely the other issue happening. Thank you.
Were you asking for American Indian teachers, or you were just saying, I think we could report it from all the teachers at that one school knowing that that is a Title VI school, and then just reporting the working conditions of all teachers at that.
Yes, that's actually, so that PSU summary where you can compare across the state now. I talked to Dr. Locklear about adding a toggle on that just pulls the Title VI districts. At the moment, I only know which districts there are. So if there's independent schools that I can flag as well, if y'all can point me to that data, I'm happy to pull it in. Absolutely. Okay. I have a spreadsheet, I think I was pointed to online by Dr. Locklear that I was using, but I'm happy to include that. Thank you.
Sorry, choosing Cumberland. So we can just choose by like a PSU. Okay.
Yes. Oh yeah, absolutely.
I think we all love teachers in this room. I celebrate teachers. I love teachers. They are the best people in the world. Love teachers. They do so many things. One of the things as you were going through there, I found of interest was the PD. That's what we say that all the time. Let's do PD. And we see from the working conditions survey, the teachers have said, I don't need any more PD, right? So, is DPI utilizing this data to impact policy and initiatives that are taking place here? Because we certainly want to advocate for teachers.
I do believe so, but that I am just a little intern, so I'm not sure in terms of the full breadth of it. But I do know that the Office of Learning and Recovery was planning on doing that before our funding situation kind of ended the way it did. But I can absolutely ask once I reconnect with Dr. Tomberlin and our new director of research.
Hey, I just want to say thanks for sharing the data. I work in a school and being the counselor, I actually am the one in charge of making sure our teachers get there. You've got your email, you're doing your survey.
Thank you for your service.
But it's really good because my school, since this is every other year, like we take questions and looking at our data. And on the year that we're not doing the official one, we do our own one at our school. And so we actually are doing some conversations now about certain ones we're focusing on. So we kind of do our own internal on the off year, and which helps us a lot looking at data. And then also we appreciated the change that they made, like some of the questions when it comes to leadership versus administration. So just sending it back to them, like the very specifics of leadership means this, like maybe the team versus admin is just principal and stuff. It helps to really dig deep and be able to answer the questions on a better level. So you can get good data for your school. So
I appreciate
thank you.
that.
Kudos on that.
Thank you. Yeah.
I did want to share really quickly just how you can access this. At the top of your agenda that I emailed, there's a link to the PowerPoint presentation, and Cole has embedded his slides in that PowerPoint presentation. So you all have access to all of this as well.
Thank you. Yes, I did say it was led by Dr. Jenny Korn, and it absolutely was, but it was also we had the Teacher Working Conditions Advisory Council. We did a public interest survey to change this. So a lot of this was led by teachers and their input. So I appreciate that.
So you said that we could pull this by Title VI schools.
The one I posted on Monday.
Right. And so if we pull that data, then we could potentially look at unique challenges that are facing the students, and that would help us. That would inform what we're collecting. I'm a data nerd too. That would inform what we're collecting for our SACE report.
Well, this would report on the challenges from the teacher's
Right.
perspective. Yeah.
But we could report that lens.
Yes, and we could also compare it internally to, if this is what the data is saying our students are challenged with, and then our teachers are also agreeing, disagreeing, this may be what they're asking for, could also inform how we support teachers who we know are the leaders in terms of who are going to advocate for the data changes for our students. So I think it could inform a different approach of how we are going back to our districts and advocating for our students. Because a lot of the advocacy that we have done have said, hey, we are really low in terms of these rates, whereas now it may say, hey, our teachers in your school, in your district need this in order to support our students. And so our advocacy lens for SACE might look very different because now we are informed from a different population that has a direct impact on our students, whereas we are just reporting typically on the standardized data that we get. We now have more of a report on that direct impact from those teachers.
May I ask a data clarifying question? So Title VI, is that usually a PSU, like a PSU indicator, or is it actually at like, so if Cumberland County Schools is a Title VI PSU, are there specific schools within Cumberland County that are designated specifically?
So it goes from the district level for most of them, but some Title VI programs are allocated to tribal communities, but then can be identified about what district are they most closely working with. But for most of them, for example, Cumberland County and Guilford County and Columbus County have Indian education Title VI programs. And so we would be able to identify, if I went to the school summary for those, I could see that information and report it that way as well.
Okay.
The only one, well, right now in North Carolina, we do have a Title VI program. That funding goes directly to a tribal community, the Coharie tribe, and they're closely linked to Sampson County schools, but not this, that county, that school district does not get those funds. If that makes any sense. Yeah.
Okay. I might have some emails for you in the
Yeah.
future, but yes, I definitely think that I can definitely pull and disaggregate based on that. So like within Cumberland, if there are different schools, I can have a toggle that will show the percentage for non-Title VI schools and the percentage for Title VI schools. That makes, yeah, absolutely.
That was informative. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you so much.
Thank you
It was
for
an honor
this
to be here.
insight. We are working ahead in our agenda today. So I'm just going to keep on moving, and I can, before lunch, maybe we can do some of the things from our last agenda item. The 2025 safety report recommendations. So we do have our 2025 title. Our report title is Empowerment Through Data, Advancing American Indian Student Achievement. And then we do want to consider 1 to 2 recommendations. We've been doing that for the last couple years versus having that 7 or 8 those 7 or 8 recommendations. So we'd be using that as an appendix piece. So thinking of today, hey, do we want 1 recommendation? Do we want 2 recommendations? As stated to Representative Lowry and Mr. Greg Richardson earlier, we do want to align our recommendations with potentially some legislative actions or gains that we want. We do know that the organizational structure of the Office of Indian Education is a standalone here within DPI. So Dr. Leslie is kind of working independently, serving, I think it's 16,000 students across the
A
state?
little over 14,000.
Okay, a little over 14,000. And so how can we support and uplift that in some ways? So open to recommendations.
I'd like to hear from Dr. Leslie on something that would be the most beneficial for now.
Sure, Ms. Dorothy, I can share. So just to give you again that context, right now of the transition. So this work previously lived with people that were doing it not as a part of their main job. It was kind of like an add-on. So we know Dr. Susan Silver was critical with this work. Miss Consuela, Miss Kelly Briggs, Miss Juana's helped with this work over the years. And so now when I say this work, I mean serving as the SACE liaison and then also serving all American Indian students across the state. Then also serving logistically as the background support for the American Indian Education Summit. That work now falls with me in the Office of Indian Education, which is me. That's me. So I think right now, I have had the opportunity to meet with Dr. Maria, who is the new deputy state superintendent, and have a conversation. I have clarified funding lines in terms of SACE and then also in terms of my role, which was one thing that we wanted to get clarified. And I've also expressed to her a desire to grow the Office of Indian Education. Something else that I can share with you, there has been a scan done across the nation of a ratio of if your state education agency has a person, what is the ratio of support to students that they have? Of course, right now in North Carolina, it is me to every student, American Indian student. I'm happy to share that scan across the nation. I think right now what I'm looking for in terms of moving forward this next year is building a lot of legislative relationships. We do have a completely new leadership here at DPI. I will say we have been shown great support. I think it is a great showing that the Office of Indian Education has been pulled out and separated out. It is my vision that we do grow in staff. I do know that the capacity of what we can do will increase with more people. But I do also know that it's going to take vision planning and 5-year strategic planning to show this is the vision of what will happen. That what I have shared already with the leadership here is that scan across the nation of what other departments have. And also the number of students that they have. There are some states that have more students than us and also have maybe a part-time person. There are states that have less students than us and have a staff of 3, 4, 5 people. Their capacity shows in simple things like their website, what the professional development they can provide, the opportunities that they can provide. So I think right now, it is definitely building those relationships, building that strategic plan, but with a vision of increasing the number of people in this role, in terms of in this department that can provide that support, because I think we all know I cannot do it all. But also knowing that SACE, you are a committee and people with other full-time jobs, and that even we collectively cannot do it all. So I know that is a part of my vision long term.
So with thinking about that, do we want to have one of our recommendations to increase the Office of Indian Education to continue to build it, where I feel like we've gotten the position. And that could be just one recommendation, but she can't do it by herself. I can't run my office by myself. It's impossible. And I only have 1,200 kids. I couldn't do it. So for her, I mean, that's just my opinion, but to at least have an assistant. And if we can look at all of the offices listed in DPI and their positions to see what the minimum is. Is anybody running a department by themselves? Do they at least have an assistant? What is the
what looks like a streamline, across DPI to see. So maybe we can use that as a, to gain some leverage. And then,
What I'm even wondering too, like in looking at other departments who might also be looking for, let's say you're looking for an assistant, is there an opportunity to do like 2 part-time assistants, one with you, one with some other office that allows that person to be a full-time employee of NCDPI, but would at least give you some leverage to use them how you need to, at least to start with?
So, I have been in conversation with Representative Lowry, and he mentioned that as one of his legislative updates. So that is one of his legislative task to expand the Office of Indian Education. He knows that that's what we want to do. I know the last time we did talk with Dr. Oxenine, she did ask that we kind of use the academic language in our recommendation, in which we're not specifically asking for funding, but we can still have that same theme. So we might just have to see it differently. But I agree, she cannot. And maybe us adding that one pager that you were referencing to our SACE recommendations, that one pager that compares American Indian directors to the kids to support that recommendation, like just a little graph underneath our recommendation to support.
and if you'll give me a second, I want to see if I actually can bring it up really quickly. I think it's just really helpful and really informative. It's a scan of state education agencies and kind of what they look like across the nation. And I will go basically to the comparison. This is what the nation looks like in terms of who has a person in support and who does not have anything. You'll see that on the East Coast. Yeah. Thank goodness I'm here on the East Coast. The Southeast is sorely not represented in terms. And this again is representation at a state education agency. Like there's a specific position that supports American Indian students. I was able to get in on the very cusp of this report. They had already created the report. I emailed and asked, can we please be included in the data?
It's so pretty
Yeah.
here.
And then let me also show you, this is what the numbers look like.
That's what we should put in the report.
So we are at the closer to the bottom.
The same question is in
So the ratios look a little different. And I did go back and forth with them. Again, they're showing 16,000 DPI reports. We report about 14,000. So we've had conversations about where they pulled their data from. But if you just estimate from 14 to 16,000, there's me, one person for that. And you'll see, unfortunately, California is one person to 26,000.
Yes, I think we should include that under our recommendation. So if we can use this figure too.
I want her.
Yeah, so, right, so let's figure out the academic language for that. We'll go ahead and go in that PowerPoint and begin to type how we want that to look like. Do we?
System would be something like teacher calendar, teacher schedule. Somebody else, she can't run back and forth between the western part of the state all the way to the eastern part of the state.
And I can look in, I have not read this. This was presented in October. I can go back through to see if they define out what their other positions are like. But what I've also done is I've actually gone to the websites for a lot of these states to figure out, first of all, what does your website look like? What is the resources that you're presenting and sharing? And then what is your capacity? The one that I look at a lot, that I hear a lot from, of course, is Arizona. Arizona does a lot with their Indian Ed department. And so I've been on their website quite a bit. Of course, Montana, in terms of what they provide, is very detailed out. But we could also explore how positions are defined in other states as well. Oklahoma's at the here with. Yeah, they have a staff of 4. Mhm.
I have a question, Dr. Leslie. So obviously, I don't know everything that you do, but I understand like you have the annual CC report, or the report that you do. You have the every 2 years education summit, and then you have the 4 times a year meeting with us. Is it helpful for us to divide up kind of all of those things that would signify that's why you need that assistant to kind of focus on these specific things, because you're also dealing with, you know, the people who run the Indian education programs all across the state. You're also interacting with tribes and other leaders.
Yeah, Ms. Van, I agree. I think it's very important that I start first by building out. I think the beauty, I want to say the rose and the thorn of starting a brand new position is that you are starting a brand new position. Therefore, you are defining, I'm building this plane and flying this plane, which is, I think, is a beautiful opportunity. But I think will also be beneficial is, to me, is a step before requesting additional support is let me build you the vision of what I foresee, and let me justify why I need these additional supports. And while I feel like we all know in here right now the justification because we're in the work, there's not a lot of solid, concrete, strategic planning that has been done to say this is why that will be needed. So I spoke with Dr. Tiffany and talked about building those relationships with administrative, building those legislative relationships to show that this is the justification of why we need these positions, and why we want these additional people as a part of the Office of Indian Education. So definitely, even if it is capacity support in terms of building a strategic plan, I've had that conversation as well. Can I have a partner who works with me to build a 5-year strategic plan? Of course, I can do that in a silo, but that work is going to look very different if I have a partner who's helping me build that strategic plan. And I know DPI has partnerships with different organizations that help with that type of work as well. So even if it's providing capacity building support as I work towards increasing personnel in the Office of Indian Education.
So I'm just wordsmithing over on that PowerPoint. I'm just playing around. Anybody can jump in, play around with me. I'm happy to delete, edit, or whatever. But I just created something here based on our discussion. And that Stacy recommends building upon relationships with governmental affairs representatives, policymakers, and education leaders to advocate for the expansion and enhancement of the Office of Indian Education at the North Carolina Department of Public Instruction. This initiative aims to increase capacity, resources, and programmatic support to better serve American Indian students and communities across the state. Any words that need to be changed? Any edits? What do y'all think? That doesn't have to be the recommendation.
This isn't about the wording, but it's something I wanted to ask Leslie, Dr. Leslie. You're under the chief academic officer. Have you spoke with her?
She starts March 24th.
Okay, she's prior Cumberland, prior DPI, but she loves Indian education. Very, very supportive. And because you're under her, I would have a conversation with her. And I think she would, Dr. Stacy Wilson Norman, she would probably help you to figure out how to make this happen, to be honest.
Yeah, and I will say that I've again had conversations with Dr. Maria, who's currently serving as my direct support, and they have been amazingly supportive of not only Stacey, but my role and my position. And before I found out it was being pulled out again in that organizational chart, and she shared with me it is because she wants to highlight and bring to the forefront the work that is done in this department. So it's good to know that the incoming chief academic officer, again, she will start March 24th. I will be out on maternity leave starting April 1st. So we got a week that I will work with her and build a vision.
And she worked very closely with Mr. Jackson.
Gotcha.
So she is very versed in all things Indian Ed. When she came to Wake County, with Miss Vicky, she was asking, what are you doing for this program? What are you doing for that program to make sure that American Indian students are being served? So.
What's her name again?
Dr. Stacy Wilson Norman, she was named as the new chief academic officer for DPI. And so that's the lead that OIE falls under for our state.
Dr. Tiffany and Dr. Leslie, I don't know about this. I like the wording. Do we need to be specific in the type of position we would be looking for, or is it better to keep it broad in terms of like, like a assistant support staff or a community engagement coordinator or a data research? I'm just throwing out,
So earlier at the last meeting, remember we were talking about using that academic language and meeting with Dr. Oxstein, who serves as our liaison to the State Board of Education. She recommended that it be broad. So that was her recommendation. And that we know that some of the folks that are coming in are going to support American Indian Ed, and I think that I'm really confident in Dr. Marie Petrie Martin, and I didn't really know anything about this person, but them supporting Dr. Leslie. And again, the academic language we could use for Mr. Greg Richardson and Representative Lowry is that we want to expand the Office of Indian Education. And then they figure out the organizational structure and what that expansion would look like. Any edits to the language here? So, and then also adding that figure to those statistics under this recommendation, Dr. Leslie. What is this? So are we going to do one recommendation? So we would change that to recommendation. All right, so we would need a motion and second for a recommendation.
One second, how many recommendations can we make, or do we usually make? Because I would like to make one as well.
Okay, absolutely. So in the past, last year we did one recommendation. Year before, I think we did 2. Prior to that, we were doing 7 or 8, and it wasn't giving us the leverage to push through legislation because we had so many. And so what we decided to do as a SACE committee was to choose 1 to 2 recommendations that we could really push and leverage, so that we would have some support here and we could grow. Of course, we will include in our appendix, we'll still include those 7 or 8. And one of those is like, Title VI districts using the SACE report in their school improvement plans. And that they're always being a tribal consultation and meaningful collaboration meeting. So those are some of the ones that are in that appendix. But in the past couple years, we have drawn more synergy and got more done by offering the 1 to 2 recommendations.
Okay, so do I need to go ahead and suggest my recommendation now or wait until this motion is on the table and passed?
No,
For the
you
current
can go ahead
recommendation.
now. Go ahead now.
Okay, just want to make sure. Thank you. I would like to make a recommendation that school districts, especially school districts with Indian education program, to include at least one goal for the increased achievement of American Indian students within their school improvement plans. It is very important to target American Indian students as what within those plans at the district level.
Thank you, Stacy. And so that the school improvement plan is one of the ones that is in that 7 or 8 in our appendix, but we can certainly highlight that here because I think it's important too. Because when it comes out as a standalone recommendation, I think we gain more leverage on it. So let's look at the wording that we already have.
I can, if you give me 1 second, I will try and pull up what we have previously.
And one of the things that we do know is that districts are not using the SACE report in school improvement plans. Trying to pull it up too. I don't think.
Sorry for the scrolling.
No, that's fine.
So this exists as an appendix, and this was the 2024 SACE report. And if I'm not mistaken, I think it kind of has been a standard since 2021. These are the recommendations that have kind of long-standing been a part.
So second page, I thought there were 8. Are they 6?
As of last year, this was how many?
I think some of the issues maybe we're having at the school district is that they're maybe not reading the appendix because it is, so far down in the report. And it would be really good maybe to move it back up as a, recommendation instead of just a part of the appendix. Especially when we want them to target and create a specific goal for improvement amongst our students.
That one is not there. It must have been one of our 7 or 8.
I can go to let me go to And so for most of the reports, that one recommendation does exist in the first few pages, but then they are more detailed out later on.
That one still see.
Mm-hmm.
I gotta go before that. I'm sorry, I'm trying to find my agenda to heal. Which one are you on, Dr. Leslie?
2022.
Okay, I'm gonna go to 20.
Yeah. Here they are. So in 2020, like Miss Stacy said, they were listed full out on page 7. And I think that's when there were more of them.
See, and it's that number 5. And then we would just added issues in the school improvement. No, it's the number 1 in it. I'm sorry. So can we just copy that number 1 over? And then we'll work on the language. Or are y'all fine with this language? Miss Stacy, can you see the report Dr. Leslie has up?
It is very, very small.
Okay,
Trying to pull it up on,
that's fine. It says to strongly encourage schools that enroll American Indian students who are underperforming academically to review and analyze from the annual SACE report. Analyze data from the annual SACE report. Following review, develop culturally responsive goals, activities, resources, and educational best practices that specifically address the academic disparities of American Indian students in the school improvement plans they are required to develop under GS 115C-105.27. Mm-hmm.
yes, that sounds fine, because that's kind of like what my recommendation or whatever was for them to at least add one goal for the increased achievement of American Indian students within their school improvement. So to me, that sounds good.
Okay, and we can reword it to say, to add at least one goal. If that is the pleasure of the board.
Dr. Leslie, I just was wondering too, would it make sense to add in that section you just copied that they would implement the recommendations? So they're not for sure going to do it, but if we have it in the wording, that if they implement what they're getting from the SACE report, not just review it. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yes, I do like to implement.
I have a question. Okay, looking at school improvement teams and when they're developing their plans. So like for this year, the SACE reported the latest report was the 22-23 data. And the report comes out in April, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so school improvement teams are putting their plans together, like over the summer, or what have you. In October, they have the new data that comes out. And I know like my school, we kind of amended the goals based on the new data. But the SACE report doesn't come out for several more months. So the school improvement teams, if they look at the SACE report, they're looking at data that is not current. They're not looking at the most recent reports. And so how, I don't know how to fix that. Or if, they're looking at the person who handles, testing and accountability to give them that new data from wherever. And so.
And Ms. Angelique, this conversation came up previously when I first, and maybe there's somebody here that has historical information on the timeline of the report. And I cannot answer right now to can the report be backed up because there's right now some data that I'm still waiting on for the previous year. But there was some data that was available in October, in August, September, October. I know there's some data that it takes longer to get. And then right now there's some data that we're delayed on only because we're in between two student information systems. Like we're delayed just because we're transitioning right now. So I'm happy to explore the feasibility of adjusting the timeline of the report. But I can't say confidently now that I would have an answer for that. But I'm happy to speak with accountability and data and ask about that because it was asked of me, why is our report so delayed? And I did not have an answer. But I don't know if there is maybe background here at DPI I need to explore and get information on.
I think in years past, the data was later coming out. And so we had to wait to get the data, then to do the report, and then to get it presented to the State Board of Education.
Data comes out in October. Most data. And then we give our request. And it takes some time.
All of that, because I know like the data for graduation. And like you said, there's some data that just kind of trickles in throughout the year. I remember even our dropout data was not in October, that came in, later. So I guess maybe part of the historical practice of putting the report together was waiting until all the data came in. So that you would have a comprehensive and complete report. So, but as far as like testing data, if that's what school improvement teams are putting in their plans, then they would want, or they would need the most current in order to make, decisions and current, plans towards AIA and students.
But they could from the year before they would have a trend. They would not, they would have a trend like earlier. We knew, that the boys, the males were doing better in biology than the females. And so for a high school, that could be their goal from their school improvement plans. Just general
Yeah, general trends, but I was looking at, like at our school systems that are in our particular county. And then, for 3 through 8 data with EOG, there was a drop, we had great gains after COVID, and then all of a sudden it was like fell off a cliff. And so that data wouldn't have been there. And if we were looking at the trends, we were thinking either plateau or increase. We would not have suspected.
And school improvement plans, typically where from Robeson County, we usually say a 5% increase. And so despite whenever that data come out, you would know that you're using that a 5% increase.
Yeah.
But I see what, yeah, we'll have to figure out how to word that.
Yeah, I was just thinking, because being part of the school improvement team and different things at my school, the trends, like historically, we know like which subgroups and which things particularly perform lower, because you see that pattern. So maybe it's just, if we wanted to keep it like the wording, Indian students who are consistently or historically, but something in there where like even though you don't have the most recent year, from looking at the past 2 or 3 years, this is one of our groups. Just, a way to keep it in there if we wanted, but we maybe just add in a little wording about that historical part, because we all look at that the past few years and looking at the trends of our students and stuff.
I think I'm also interested in exploring how other mandated reports are reported here at DPI. I know some come out in October. I do think it is contingent upon what data is included. And while I don't think it is at all beneficial that we provide 2 reports, I'm wondering if there is an opportunity for a early summary to be shared and then a comprehensive report to be released. I know we've seen that before. So I'm happy to explore what other groups do in terms of their reporting, and figure out what might be beneficial to get to schools, because if it is more around just maybe the achievement data is reported early and then approved, and then we move into a holistic comprehensive report, I think is feasible. But I can also ask about what others do here.
Is it possible to just use the performance data for the students to create the goal instead of using the report?
Yes. We can change that we can take that from the annual SACE report.
Yeah, to maybe, like I said, using the performance data for the American Indian students to create the goal.
Okay, so we're gonna do that last little edit there, and we are going to break for lunch. Thank y'all for bearing with me additional 15 minutes. I thought we were gonna get through. We can come back and finish this. But at this point, we'll break for lunch. We are ahead in the agenda, so if we wanna, we'll come back at 1:15. Thank you. At this time, we will reconvene from lunch and continue in our agenda. We are still discussing, finalizing our 2025 SACE recommendations. I think we have the first one that we've worked on, the academic language. Let's look at that second one, and then potentially we can entertain a motion. So we have that first one, of course, under those recommendations, we'll add figure 2 statistics from Dr. Leslie showed us, and then let's look at this last one. To strongly encourage schools that enroll American Indian students who are underperforming academically to review and analyze data from the performance data from the most recent academic year. Following review, develop and implement culturally responsive goals, activities, resources, and educational best practices that specifically address the academic disparities of American Indian students in the school improvement plans they are required to develop. And then we're going to link that general statute. Any other language we need to change?
What do we mean when we say culturally responsive goals? And are they going to know what we mean when we say culturally responsive goals?
It is our hope that if we are in a Title VI district and programming, that they understand the academic language of culturally responsive goals, and that's simply responding to the students that you serve. And in that SACE report, we do report American Indian data, Hispanic, and African American data, and they can use all those data points to respond to the students that they are serving. But certainly, we want that to happen for tribal consultation and community meaningful collaboration. So yes, I think that our teachers certainly understand that academic language and what that looks like and feels like. Anyone want to add to that?
I'm even wondering about the self-guided class on being culturally responsive for American Indian students. Thinking about like maybe even linking that in there if there is any question about what is culturally responsive goals.
Link in our module
The module.
certificate.
Thank you. Yep.
Anything else? All right. Does anyone want to set a motion forward for our 2025 SACE recommendations? Our title was voted on at the last SACE meeting, so we just need to vote on our recommendations today.
I will so move that we accept the 2 recommendations that we have talked about in the meeting today. One being to expand the Office of the American Indian Education at the Department of Public Instruction, and to include to implement the school improvement plan to increase the American Indian achievement of students at the local school level. Continuing with the number 1 from the 2020 SACE report.
This is Brandy, I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
So just to reiterate, so Miss Dorothy did make that motion, Dr. Leslie, and also including those rather than it going to the appendix, as Stacy mentioned, that it would be on that recommendations page, like that 2021 report. Any opposed? So moved. All right, well, Dr. Leslie also placed the State Advisory Council on Indian Education bylaws at your desk. One of the things that we have discussed in the past, I want to thank you all for your flexibility, as I have travel arrangements later in the month, for being here on today. So thank you for that flexibility. One of the things that we wanted to do is certainly begin to implement this vice chair. In case I am absent or something happens on the way or whatever, we don't have to become an inconvenience to everybody's schedule, and the meeting can continue to move forward with that vice chair in place. That vice chair can run the meeting. If you will look on page 3. So just so our audience knows, we are discussing our bylaws. We do have this revised version, but 2020 from 2015, Miss Dorothy Crow has informed us that there has been some more recent revisions. So we will certainly have those prepared for our final meeting, and then move forward. Hopefully, the section 2 of Article 6 is still in there, duties of officers, and if so, we can move forward with a vote. So in the meantime, I would like you guys to think, self-nominate or nominate someone. Send it to Dr. Leslie Locklear if you would like to be the vice chair, or you would like to nominate someone to be the vice chair, and then we can send out a Google form for voting, or we can vote. We'll send out a Google form, because we do want that position to be effective July 1st and have that in place at our very first SACE meeting for next year. So Dr. Leslie will send us the revised bylaws, the most updated ones. We will look to ensure that duties of the vice chairperson is still in those bylaws. If you were interested in being the vice chair, please self-nominate or nominate someone else, and then we will do a vote and finalize that at our next meeting for July. That position to take place July 1st.
Madam Chairperson, is anybody at this meeting now interested in being the vice chair? Wow, Stephen.
So,
Madam Chair,
uh-huh.
I know we're voting or, consider nominating for the vice chair. I just had a question. When do we nominate or when does the chairperson seat comes available?
So we can do that in the next meeting as well. So I can do I can lead the discussion on the vice chair, and then we can move forward with the chair as well. And the vice chair can lead that discussion.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
If I could just make note that two of our members that we have now, Miss Amanda Frizzard and Brandy Jacobs, they are serving, this is the end of their second term. So they will not be able to serve next year. But reminding you that once you've been off a year, then you can come back. But we do have the limit of the 2-year terms. The commission has already approved Stephen Bell, Tamara Carter, Will Paul, and Anita Locklear to serve on SACE beginning the term of July 1. And we still have one space that's open because we have to maintain 5 parents and 5 educators. And one of the educators has to be working with the Title VI coordinator. So we still have Angelique Young, Calvin Locklear, Candace Revels, Jeremiah Moore, and Stacy Lynch that's still serving their term. So those are the 9 that we have. We have 5 educators, but we only have 4 parents. So on this position that we have open, the person needs to have a child in the K-12 school system, public school system, or the public charter system for them to serve on this term so that we can keep our balance of 5 parents and 5 educators. And I realize that some are educators and parents, and that's fine. We can use them, as we need them to do our 5 and 5. But if we still need another application, and we've sent out those emails, and application is due next Friday, February the 14th, for the position that is still open. Thank you.
Thank you. So at our final SACE meeting, we can open the floor for a chair and vice chair nominations. So are you interested? You're interested in co-chair or chair?
I need some time to think.
Okay. Any nominations that you guys want to make? Please send those to Dr. Leslie, and she can send out for a vote. And then we'll take care of that at our May meeting. Any other questions? Dr. Leslie, I would like to acknowledge just for the roll call that Dr. Olivia Oxenine, our liaison from the State Board of Education, has joined us. Welcome, Dr. Oxenine. Thank you for taking the time to join SACE today, and certainly your commitment to SACE. So thank you for being with us. Absolutely. At this time in our agenda, we do have Ms. Annabelle Toledo, the program officer from the Office of Indian Education, to provide Title VI updates. Welcome, Ms. Toledo.
Hi, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you're all doing good. Thank you for the invite, and I see my presentation up on the screen. So let's get started. So can you go to the next slide? Okay, so this is the agenda. So just wanted to go over what we have up on the screen as far as our open and closing days, some changes that we have this year with our application platform for the online easy application. And I hopefully you all are familiar with our community of practice site, which we have information around Title VI. It is updated year round in real time. So anything you need in terms of your application, you will find it on the site. In part one, just going over some supplemental forms if your entity falls into this category, and if they are applicable, all the forms are on the COP site. Okay. So next slide. Okay, as you are all aware, hopefully you all received the email notifications with your token or link to log into the online easy application. It opened finally on Tuesday, February 4, and our closing date for part one is March the 7th of 2025 at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. So just be aware that these dates are the official dates that are published in the Federal Register, and they are firm dates. So no extensions are provided or will be provided. So the dates are firm. Okay, so mark your calendar. So we have opened yesterday. We had our first webinar. If you were able to join us, that was our first. We had to move some dates around. So the second webinar will be next Tuesday. And again, those mass emails will go out from Partner Support Center to everyone that is listed as the point of contact, project director, authorized official representative, and anyone just receiving the email notifications, they will receive those notices. Only the project director and the authorizing official representative, whether it's a superintendent, a principal, or a tribal chair when a tribe applies in lieu of the LEA, these individuals will be the only ones that will be receiving the token to get into the online application. Okay. Next slide. Okay, some changes we have this year is that we have transitioned from using the OMB Max survey system over now to a new platform called the USDA Connect.gov. So the only changes you'll see there is that when you are inside the application, the question index box, which is on the system, has now moved to the upper right-hand corner of each survey page. So that will appear as a drop-down menu, just moving you from each section of the application. That drop-down menu will tell you which sections you are working on, okay? And Partner Support Center now has a new phone number, okay? That phone number here is on the screen. So when you call that number for technical assistance to your online application, whether you had any administrative action changes to your project director or authorizing official, or you're updating these two key contacts, which are listed on your grant award notification. And these two individuals are the only individuals that are in G5. Okay, so any updates you are making to the application, you can contact Partner Support Center at this phone number, or you can send them an email to oie.easy, EASIE @ed.gov. Okay, any changes on the application side, if you're updating anything, Partner Support Center, you can call or send them an email. Okay, next slide. Okay, this is our homepage to our community of practice site. And this is where we have all the information around part one, part two, the APR, all our webinars. And you can go up to the top home row tabs to get to each site of the homepage, whether it's easy part one, two, and so forth, or you can go to the middle section and click inside the brown boxes to get into each one of those. So like I said, everything is updated year round and in real time. Any information from our frequently asked questions to past webinars we've had, or supplemental forms you need, ED 506 forms, and the Indian Parent Committee approval form. Everything is on this site, okay? Next slide. Okay, so when you are in Easy Part 1 and you are identifying your entity, either as an LEA, tribe applying in lieu of an LEA, if you fall into these categories, you're going to be asked to submit some supplemental forms with your application for Part 1. So when a tribe comes in and is applying in lieu of an LEA, whether it's a single LEA or multiple LEAs, they are required to fill out the tribes applying in lieu of the LEA agreement form. So they will have to upload that into Part 1. The same with an Indian organization and the Indian community-based organization. These two are also required to fill out these supplemental forms and to upload them with their application for Easy Part 1. Okay, so make sure that when you do this, that the document that you're going to be uploading is downloadable, viewable, and not encrypted. So these forms are also available from the COP site. Okay, next slide. The same within a consortium agreement, as I just went over. If an LEA is coming in with other school districts, whether it's a single or multiple, they're in a consortium agreement. So they are also required to fill out the supplemental form and then to upload these forms into the Part 1 application. So just make sure when you do this that the form is completed, they're uploaded as a PDF before Part 1 closes. So again, Part 1 closes on March the 7th, okay? So all these forms that you are going to be either using, reviewing, if you have questions on them, these supplemental forms are OMB approved forms, which on the top right-hand corner of each of these forms, it has an OMB stamp. So that means that as an approvable form, they cannot be altered in any way. So, okay, just keep that in mind. Next slide. Okay, well, that COP site under supplemental forms, here are the forms if your entity falls in these categories. In a consortium agreement, if you're an LEA coming in, that's the form you will need to fill out, okay? The same with the tribes applying in lieu of an LEA, ICBO, Indian Community-Based Organization, and the IO, Indian Organizations. These 4 forms, if your entity falls into this applicant type category, these are the forms that will need to be uploaded in Part 1 and certified by your authorized official representative. Okay. Next slide. Oh, okay. I think that was it, right? Just double.
Yes, that was all, Annabelle.
Okay, all right. I'll stop here. If anyone has any questions regarding Part 1, since it's already open, we did the first webinar, and on our COP site, you can find the information to listen to the recording, or you can also wait until Tuesday next week to join in the second webinar. And those mass emails will be coming out from Partner Support Center, either from oie.easy@ed.gov or the OIE listserv. So make sure that you receive these emails. If you are a point of contact, project director, or an authorized official representative, they will be the only ones to receive the link or the token to get into the Online Easy application. And anyone else who is just listed as receiving email notifications, they will just be receiving those email notifications. Okay. So I'll end, well, I'll stop here for now. I'll take a pause. Is there any questions from the group?
Thank you, Ms. Annabelle. I do have one question.
Sure.
Do you anticipate funding to be any different for next year? And how so?
We don't know that yet, since we're still in a continuing resolution. So we are also keeping track on that to see what's going to take place after, I think it's around maybe the middle of March, where the deadline was, to see if we're still going to be on a continuing resolution or if we go into shutdown mode. We don't know yet. So right now, we are just going through the motion of our day-to-day activities, providing our technical assistance, finally getting approval to do webinars and to participate in webinars. But before that, everything was kind of on hold. But for the funding, it could be the same as what it was in the previous year, or it could be an addition. We don't know yet, not until we get through the continuing resolution.
Thank you for that. And one follow-up question. I'm assuming you guys will just share that information once you get it.
Yes. Yes. Yes, we will. Yes. So we won't know until we get there. And also just from what we are also hearing from the news as well, as far as the continuing resolution, if it's going to be signed and we have a budget and we move forward, or we go into shutdown mode. And when we do go into a shutdown mode, we will have something in place to notify everybody.
Thank you. Chair Lady Locklear. This is Olivia Oxendine. I do the member of the State Board of Education who serves as the liaison. Talk a little bit more about the meaning of shutdown.
When we go into shutdown, employees are not responding to any emails. We can't log on. We're not doing any work. We're just out. The office is closed. We can't even go into the office. So
It sounds like that is something that happens routinely.
It did happen last year. I think the last time it happened was probably around 2017, where we were shut down for a whole week. And we didn't go into the office. We didn't log on to check any emails. And we didn't respond to anything. But we did have, if you sent an email to your program officer or to the government with any federal grants that you have, there was an email response, general email response saying that we are in shutdown, and it will have some information in there, but we won't know until we cross that to know if we are going to be in another continuing resolution or if we will have a budget at that time in March or shutdown. We just don't know yet. So like everybody else, we are also listening to the news.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Are there any other questions at this time? Thank you, Ms. Toledo, for joining us. Thank you for always supporting SACE and giving us these important updates. Thank you.
Oh, you're very welcome. And if anyone thinks of any questions after I log off, just go ahead and send me an email to annabelle.toledo@ed.gov.
Okay, thank you. Have a great weekend.
All right, thank you. You as well. Okay, bye.
At this time, we welcome Dr. Olivia Oxendine, our State Board of Education member for the Sand Hills region, to provide our State Board of Education updates. Welcome, Dr. Oxendine.
Thank you very much. It's always a pleasure to be here with you. It's a beautiful, has it turned summer? think so. It's beautiful weather. So what I'm not going to exhaust the presentation so that I'm sure that you're paying attention to your watches or your phones and you're ready to get out on one of those busy highways that lead out of Raleigh. So I do have a presentation that I want to share with you. And this was information that was presented this past week at State Board of Education. And so, yeah, I love this technology. I don't think I've presented in here since we've got all this new stuff going on. So let's see, could you go to the next slide? Yeah, okay. So this is kind of good news. This was presented to us by Alex Charles. He's the Senior Director of the Office of Federal Programs with the department. And the Office of Federal Programs is where millions and millions of dollars flow through out of the Department of Education in Washington. So this houses all of our monies for homeless students, all of our monies for Title I is there, all of our entitlement programs like Title I, Title II, except Title VI. Title VI, as you know, Indian education funds have never flowed through the department. Those monies go directly funds go directly from Congress to the Department of Education, and DPI has never had anything to do with touching those dollars. So anyway, federal programs consumes a massive amount of monies that flow to our school systems. And so one of the programs of the ESEA, and let me tell you a little bit about that, the Elementary and Secondary Education Act. How many, who knows how old that program is? What a question. Any ideas? A little bit before then, but it goes, yeah, that goes way back too. Any other ideas? I'll go ahead and tell you. It goes back to 1965. That is the year why am I telling this? Anyway. Just zip it, zip. That was the year I was born. That's what I was sure. But anyway, it was an important year in my life, but not when I was born. Anyway, ESEA, the Elementary and Secondary School Act. So any school in North Carolina that has Title I funds, that's it. That was the program that began Title I. And years ago, going back to 1965, it was called Chapter I programs, and then it switches back and forth every so often between chapter and title. But the ESEA, I suppose for a long time, has done what is called Distinguished School Awards. And so this Distinguished School Awards took place over the last number of weeks, maybe the last few months. And the winners of the awards, they have an opportunity to travel to a national conference. And that national conference is going to be taking place right away. I don't know the exact date. And then the winners from North Carolina are recognized at the national level. And then from the national level, at the national level, I'm sure there are national awards given out as well. So we'll go to the next frame, Dr. Leslie. So there are 3 categories. There's Category 1, school exhibiting exceptional student performance and growth. Second category of schools is schools that have closed achievement gaps between student groups. And Category 3, schools demonstrating excellence in serving special populations, such as our homeless students, our migrant students, and our English language learners. And we'll go to the next frame. So I find it interesting. As a matter of fact, I probably do need to do a follow-up question to the director because I didn't pick up on this the last couple of days at State Board. I don't think we had winners in that first category. So it goes to the second category and the third category. But that first category is important because that focuses on the schools that have closed achievement gaps. And that is the purpose of our Title I schools and the monies that go out to our Title I schools. ESEA has always been about improving the education of disadvantaged students. It goes back, like I say, to 1965, and that focus is still there. So the winners and the finalists from category 2, as you see, Central Elementary School, Stanley County, and then we go on, if you'll go back. Yeah, so we have Central, we have Club Boulevard Elementary, Coltrane Webb. Any schools, how about the areas you represent? Do you recognize the names of any of those schools? No? You do? Oh, let's see, which one is that? Oh, yeah. Absolutely. That's exactly right, Cumberland County, and that's where you are the director. So the Sandhills is represented, good. And so these are the finalists now, so let's go over to the next frame. So the winner is from Stanley County, Central Elementary, Stanley County Schools, doing a really good job. There's a quick little YouTube about that school at State Board. And the principal is very firm and a strong believer in high standards, embedding and talking up and just reinforcing the importance of high standards with students, with the faculty, with the staff, and with families. So we'll go to the next category. This third category finalist, this is excellence in serving special populations. Any familiar schools there? Cumberland again. Eastover. Absolutely.
Very high Native American population. That's out in the Cape Fear district.
And what is the high school? Is that, what's the Cape Fear?
So that's close to Cohering area, so we have a lot of Cohering in the students.
It might be a good idea to have them come present to SACE, the meeting. They're obviously doing an outstanding job, and it's doubly important since you're saying we have a high concentration of American Indian students there. Oh, that's good. And your superintendent, he represents the superintendents of the year, Dr. Conley. So he sits somewhere in that category. And I didn't even sing his praises. I miss those schools. Okay, so then we'll go over to we'll look for the winner. And the winner is a charter school. It is Sally B. Howard School, and that's a charter serving Wilson County, and the principal is Glenn Reeves. I'm going to tell you something. That school is remarkable. They have a ballet program. You can see the things they have. Art-based curriculum, study abroad program, 20-year legacy of high student achievement, culturally diverse staff, highly trained, award-winning art instructors, one-of-a-kind high school biotech program. It is fabulous school. So I don't know. I would doubt there may be some American Indian students in Wilson County. I don't know, but it doesn't even matter. I think some of these schools, you just might want to have them come to one of your meetings just to find out what they're doing. It's obviously working well. So that is I think that's the end of my presentation there. Is that the last one? I also have another presentation, but I think I'm going to wait and present that a little bit later. It's on the NAEP results, the National Assessment of Education Progress. Those results were released in the last week, as a matter of fact. How much time do I have? Not enough. How much time do I have? Do I have time? Okay. I don't want to take up all of your time. This is an important presentation as well. And what I would recommend that you do very, very soon, maybe at your next meeting, is have Dr. Michael Marr. He is the Director of Accountability. Well, he's the Chief Officer of Accountability in the agency. And he would be one of the experts to come and give you more information on the NAEP results, the National Assessment of Education Progress. The NAEP study is like the nation's report card. And the NAEP comes out of the Department of Education in Washington. And the Department of Education is made up of many, many offices and several laboratories and just on and on in terms of staff. So this is one, the way I think of the NAEP study is almost the way we think of our end of grade, end of course. This is kind of the end of grade, end of course report for the whole nation, all states in the nation. So it's not the type of report that classroom teachers could, classroom teachers need to be aware of the data, but I don't know that it would have that much significance, let's say, in improving curriculum and those kind of decisions. But it's good to know the data from the standpoint of being aware of the data. So we'll go to the next frame. So the NAEP results are these, and I'm giving you the big picture. This is kind of the global overview of the data. The American Indian data, and I sent an email to Dr. Meyer and I copied Dr. Locklear this morning to come to SACE and give more of a refined report on the information as it pertains to the success, the outcomes for American Indian students. Because American Indian students, as you know, such a small population of students, oftentimes we don't even rate a box in some of the data tables because we have small numbers. So today what I'm going to do is just give you an overview, kind of a high level overview of the findings. So the test was first administered in 1969. The NAEP assists Congress. So these data are important for Congress to make decisions about funding public education, mainly through our entitlement programs such as Title I. Additionally, the data provide educators and parents and policymakers with a common measure of student achievement that allows for direct comparisons among states in participating urban areas. So you can look at the data from NAEP and find some trends that compare with large, high-level trends in our EOG and EOC. For instance, if you see an achievement gap in 8th grade math, there's a possibility that you can say, well, let's look at our overall results for 8th grade math based on the end of grade. And you may see a comparison there as well. So when it comes to comparing trends, the NAEP may have some utility. But when you get right down to looking at groups of students and grades of students, I'm not sure about that. So additionally, the data provide educators and parents and policymakers with a common measure of student achievement that allows for direct comparisons. The NAEP achievement levels are these. So the levels are students can perform at the basic level, the proficient level, or the advanced level. So there are 3 levels for reporting the outcomes. And let's take a look at the next slide. The full assessment includes, in North Carolina, we only measure math and reading, but some states may measure these other areas, these other content areas as well. So there's the possibility of gathering data around civics, economics, geography. Of course, we do math, the music and the visual arts, reading. Of course, we do reading. And I think we do science. I'm not sure. I believe we do.
Yes.
Okay, good. Technology and engineering, literacy, U.S. history, and writing. We no longer test writing in North Carolina. That went away several years ago. And I'm afraid that we may not be doing as much of a thorough job teaching writing. As the old saying goes, what is tested is taught. And if it isn't tested, it may not be taught. So, but writing is very important. So and I would recommend that you talk up writing instruction in your school districts for your students, because it is just that part of the education process that seems not to be as strong as it needs to be. By the way, there's a law on the book that does require the teaching of cursive writing. And we have the results from that, the study from that as well. It's a state law that requires instruction in cursive writing, as well as memorizing, of all things, memorizing the multiplication facts. So we had about I know, it's not a good thing. So about 97% of the schools reported that they are teaching based on the last study, that they are teaching cursive writing and the memorization of multiplication tables. So, it should be 100% in cursive writing, because it doesn't take very much time to work that in daily instruction, maybe about 20 minutes. So maybe next year when the study is done, we'll see up to 100%. So the assessment is administered to a sample that represents the student population of the nation, individual states, and participating school districts. So in North Carolina, we have mathematics and reading, grades 4 and 8. So this is the assessment that was conducted for the 24 report, sampled from 170 schools, 3,700 students, 140 schools with an 8th grade in mathematics, and 3,600 students. Reading, you see that is 170. Could be it's probably the same schools, I would imagine. And 3,700 students, 8th grade, 140 schools and 3,700. So here's the question that I put to Dr. Meyer today also. I want to know the schools that make up the 140 and 170. And then also the other question that I ask of him is this. I'd like to know if the counties that have high numbers of American Indian students, such as Cumberland, such as of course Robinson, let's say the counties out in the western part of the state where the Cherokee are located, I'd like to know if those schools are represented in the 170 and the 140. Not.
So I actually reviewed the NAEP report earlier this year and met with accountability and testing, because American Indian data was not disaggregated for the state of North Carolina, because the chosen sites had an insignificant number of American Indian students. So my next question was, who has a hand in choosing those sites, and how can we provide a more informed representation so that American Indian students are represented in that NAEP data? And so I'll be happy to follow up on that conversation, but I did ask that same question about why were we showing as insignificant in terms of this NAEP data. We have previously been represented, American Indians have, but in this most recent iteration, we were not. And I want to say that the report is detailed down. I don't want to define what districts it was, but I think it did choose 2 districts where we already have a nominal amount of students. And accountability and testing here did share with me that there is a way that they work regularly with NAEP and can let them know that we want a more representative option moving forward.
Thank you, Dr. Leslie. You're on it. That's good to know. I don't think I may have. I don't know if I copied you on my last email to Michael. Do you know Michael? Get with him, because I asked him you've already asked those questions. So what I would recommend to you as part of your SACE report, I would make that as a recommendation. That's a very reasonable recommendation to make, that the agency pay attention to the schools that are selected to take part in the NAEP assessments. Because that's probably, I don't know that statistically they'll probably push back and say, well, that interferes with our sampling methodology. But we can get over that too. Because that is the only way that we're going to be halfway assured that we are able to see how well our students are doing in NAEP. So that I would definitely, I would make that one of the recommendations. So let's go on to the next. Thank you. So NAEP is administered to a sample representing the student population of the nation's states and school districts participating. And I'm giving you an example of how it actually works at the classroom level. So in a class of 30, test administrators assign each student a different booklet. As you see, Olivia has a reading booklet, Tiffany has a science, and there's a math, Ms. Yates has math, so on and so forth. And for each reading test, there's several copies of that, so that Olivia and Ms. Yates they have maybe the same reading. They're doing a reading, but a different booklet. So that's the way it's organized. I mean, can you imagine all the thinking that has to go in the NAEP assessment all the way down? My head's already hurting. So someone has to really watch over that and you monitor and manage it. So again, this is the way it looks in the classroom. So we'll go to the next slide. The NAEP is administered during the regular school hours. Each student is assessed in one subject area. Students spend between 90 and 120 minutes, including time to take a survey questionnaire, probably at the very end. And the survey responses are interesting. Like some of the questions would ask a student about how much time do you spend, how often do you answer in writing long, you provide a long response to a question. I mean, it is absolutely that detailed. So the representatives from NAEP, they bring everything necessary to do the test. Materials, tablets, laptops, on and on and on. Allowable accommodations, just as we have accommodations with our state tests. Those accommodations take place, are also part of the NAEP assessment. We'll go to the next slide. The latest release results from the 24 NAEP reading assessment at grades 4 and 8. Compared to 2020, the average score increased in math at 4, no significant changes at grade 8. So we want to know about our Indian students. This is as a whole nation. So, when we can get our hands on American Indian results, that would be good. Average scores decline in reading at both grade levels. By the way, the scores, the percent proficiency is not impressive at all for the nation. I saw no percentages much over 50 for the nation at any grade level. So no significant change for most states in both subjects and grades. Lower percentages of students absent more than 5 days in both subjects and grades, lower percentages. So that's a good thing. Next, the average reading score for the nation at grade 4 was 2 points lower compared to the 22. And 5 points, remember in 2022, we were still in COVID. So pre-COVID, the year that is measured, that's important for NAEP is 2019. So the points are lowered compared to 2019. The NAEP scores are also reported at 5 selected percentiles to show progress made by lower, that would be students at the 10th to the 25th. The middle is at the 50th percentile. And the highest percentile would be the percentage of students who are scoring 75 or 90% better than most students of the same grade in the nation. The 2024 scores at all selected percentile except the 90th were lower compared to the 22 percentile scores. What does that say to you about the students at the 90th percentile and higher? Would you expect that kind of result? The 2024 scores at the selected percentiles, that means that the lowest percentile, the middle, except the 90th were lower. So students in that 90th, which is the top level percentile, they're holding their own. They're doing well overall. Compared to the first reading assessment in 1992, the average score in 2024 was not significantly different. And think about all the changes that have occurred in reading instruction since 92. 92 was a long time ago. Many changes, not just here in North Carolina. You have to think of this as a whole nation. Okay, we'll go to the next. In 24, the average score in 8th grade was not significantly different from 2022. However, this group scored 8 points lower compared to 2019. Although the average scores in 2024 did not significantly change compared to 2022. Scores increased for, here again, the higher performing students are holding their own at the 75th and the 90th percentiles, while scores decreased for lower performing students. Look, that says to me that the gap's widening. While scores decrease for lower performing students at the 10th, which is the lowest percentile, and 20th percentile. The average scores at grade 8, the average score at grade 8 was higher compared to the first assessment in 1990. And then the next. So there's also important information. You can go online and look at NAEP, and you can spend a long time looking at the various reports. And not just reports, a lot of good information and articles about student achievement in this tested area. So there's a lot of good information on student attendance, because chronic absenteeism is with us today. Among our students, they're still not coming back after COVID. So historic declines in student achievement present our historic declines. As a nation, we're not doing well compared to other nations. Present our most pressing problem in education today. Chronic absenteeism is the major factor. One of the on the most recent report, Nation's report card, 1/4 of fourth graders reported missing 5 or more days in the previous month. So a lot of instruction takes place in 5 days. 5 or more days, not just 5, but 5 or more. Percentage of students whose school administrators indicated 0 to 2% of teachers were absent daily was larger in 2024, 47%, than in 22, 43%, and smaller than in 2019. So NAEP is also asking students about whether or not their teachers are showing up. That's probably one of the survey questions that students answer. And there is a problem. We hear it around the state of teachers who are missing on Mondays and missing on Fridays. And I've heard principals say that, especially at the high school level, they can have 20 substitutes in the school on any given day. So think about the impact of that on instruction, or think about the discipline. That's what I think about. When I was a principal, it was wild times when a lot of subs were in the building. So let's see. Let's just moving right along. And so this is a graphic. On average, the NAEP grade 4 math scores dropped 5 points between 19 and 22. This is a graphic that shows that for you with some information underneath. You can read that at your leisure. And then moving right along to the next. Self-efficacy in reading. This is so important because I think this is a question that probably comes from the survey. In 2024, an increased percentage of high-performing 8th graders, those scoring in that top tier percentile, reported having high levels of reading confidence. They were confident in their ability to read, 80%, compared to low-performing students, only 34%, who scored below their 25th percentile. Opportunities to write. This is the question that I was discussing a few minutes ago. The assessment determines how often during the year students are asked to write long answers, several sentences or paragraphs to test questions. The response options range from never to more than 5 times. The percentage has decreased from 51 in 2019 to 47 in 2024. And then moving on. As a nation, U.S. students have not recovered from the devastating impact of COVID that it's had on education. National scores are below the pre-pandemic levels. That was 2019 in all tested areas. High-performing students drove most of the progress. Most of the progress depends on those high-performing students in that upper tier percentile. Gaps are growing between high-performing and low-performing students. For example, there's a 5,500 point range from the lowest performing students generally, the students generally score about 100%, 100 points, I'm sorry, below the highest performing students in 2024. So that really speaks to, we talk about the widening of the gap among our American Indian students. This confirms it. Somewhere in these bullet points on this frame, we have a lot of data, a lot of implications about our American Indian students. 30% of 8th graders are not reading at the NAEP basic level, a greater percentage than ever. Essentially, a third of 8th graders can identify the basic components of literacy. We talk about literacy in the middle grades, such as identify main idea, identify character traits, be able to infer or draw conclusions. They can't do that. So that speaks dreadfully about their reading comprehension levels. Then we'll move on. In 4th grade, math scores are up nationally 2 points. Let's celebrate. It may not seem, I'll celebrate. I'll take 2 points. While this is promising, middle and higher performing students drove the progress. Scores for lower performing students, flat. In 8th grade, math scores are flat nationally, which is, what happened in those of you who teach or you have you have students in elementary, what happened in the last 10 years with math? Math changed in North Carolina. Remember?
Yes.
Remember, I don't know whether you heard parents talking about, I can't help my students with math anymore. I don't understand it. Now it's showing up in assessments such as this. Unfortunately, the overall flatness masked high performing students the gains in 2024 and the lower performing student declines. Questions, any answers? I know this was fast. I really do want Dr. Mara to come at a later time to go into more detail.
And Dr. Oxenine, I will share that the sampling for North Carolina was taken from Guilford County and Charlotte MEC. The Office of Indian Education has a presentation from NAEP this week, and they shared that presentation that I can also share. Rates are down in North Carolina from 2019 to 2024 for 4th and 8th grade.
And so only 2 counties show up in the results?
Only those samplings.
Question, is the minimum number the same as it is with others, at least 5 or 10, or is it different?
It's different, but when I had the conversation with them about samplings, I was trying to drive the conversation of making sure you are choosing districts that have a larger representative number or schools. And so they were just trying to be more informed about and being intentional about what those districts were and what those schools were. I cannot remember in the conversation how much control there is over that from NAEP, but I do know that DPI has a great partnership with them and can help inform that, because right now we have no comparative data for American Indian students for 2024.
That's really sad. And it sounds like, based on what you're saying, Leslie, we don't have any data on our students in rural areas. I do not understand that. I don't understand a total urban sampling. Another recommendation for you. Okay, so that's my presentation. Questions? Thank you. And thank you, Leslie, for all the work you are the pro on NAEP. Good.
I do have one question, Dr. Tiffany, if that's okay. Dr. Oxenine, thanks for sharing that information with us. With the 8th grade data, I guess this might be for you or anybody, is that all 8th graders, or is that 8th grade math? Is that math 1 inclusive? Anybody?
Stephen, I will go, they shared with me a whole, this is how we pick this is how it's done. I will try to find that information and share it with you, because it was very specific. It's not sampling how we're used to thinking of sampling and looking at numbers. NAEP does it very differently, but I will find that and let you know for sure.
Because we were just talking about this at principal's meeting yesterday. And since we were one of the districts that was chosen, I was just curious.
Yeah.
The overlay.
That's
Thanks.
a good question, because we do have 8th graders doing that math 1. Very good question.
And I know for us, it's our 8th grade math data continues to stay low because it's separating math 1 from 8th grade math. And so.
So Guilford, and did you say Guilford? Guilford is that other LEA?
The OIE report is showing, it identifies Guilford County and Charlotte Meck. It does not identify them as a PSU. So I'm not saying that they said Guilford County schools and Charlotte Meck schools. It just identifies them on their map as Guilford, and then it says Charlotte Meck. So I'm happy to dive in more. Was it the PSU as a whole? Was it targeted in that area? But they don't distinguish whether it was the whole PSU, certain schools in the PSU, that they chose.
And going back to the table, what was it, 170 schools and 140, maybe 170 for the reading and 140 for the math. Okay, very good.
Do they go back to these same areas? Like this year they test 8th grade in those 2 counties. Next year, do they go back to those 2 counties and test the 8th grade to compare these results?
I'm not sure, Miss Dorothy.
I know when I used to teach and we did the NAEP, we would have, they would do us 1 year 8th grade. They would come back the next year and do 8th grade. It wouldn't be the same students, but the same grade.
I'm led to believe that maybe they choose different sites because otherwise we would continually be represented. Because we fall in and out of the NAEP data.
Okay.
I'm not saying that for sure, but I'll find out. But we fall in and out of their reports depending on who they choose to sample. So that's why we're not represented this year. We had an insignificant amount based on who they chose to sample. But if you look at previous NAEP reports, we are represented.
Okay.
And so that was why it was a call of concern this year, because why weren't we represented and who was chosen? And so it leads me to think that they choose different sampling sites, but I can confirm that information. I'll work with our team here to get additional information on that sampling.
And Dr. Locklear, what I have read is it was a trial of urban district assessment. And it says the primary goal of the TUDA is to focus attention on urban K-12 education and academic growth achievement in urban areas. So it was a trial for 2024 is what I've read.
So it sounds like that NAEP was only looking for data from the urbans. That's interesting. That was not made clear in the presentation. That makes a big difference.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Upstein. As always, we appreciate your insights. If you would, Dr. Upstein, we have voted on our recommendations for the SACE report. Dr. Upstein would like to see our recommendations.
Want to talk a little bit about your report in general? You're making
progress. That was our 2025. We did have a hefty discussion this morning about different data points for 2026 and providing a different data request for 2026, but these are our 2025 recommendations. One is, of course, to build relationships with governmental affairs representatives and so forth for the expansion and enhancement of the Office of Indian Education here at DPI. And then we were adding a national figure that shows that Dr. Leslie is 1 to 16,000. It says 16,000 in that report, but here at DPI they're showing 14,000. And then our second recommendation was to encourage school districts to use a performance goal, academic goal in their school improvement plans. So those will be the 2 recommendations that we have. So that we've presented in report. So I have the first draft that I'm working on from graphics, and we just got enrollment data 2 days ago and short-term suspension data and dropout data that have to be added, but we do have a first draft.
I just wanted to talk with you about I think we've spoken about this before. the more you can keep your recommendations streamlined, not have a long list of recommendations, but have recommendations that you can present to the state board, but you're also, from year to year, you're showing progress you have made. The state board is not going to do a thumbs down on your recommendations unless you come to the state board. And I know this is this is happening across the agency right now because everything is in a state of flux with a new state superintendent and what we're hearing out of, what we're hearing out of Washington about closing down, dismantling the Department of Education and the possibility of major cuts there if that comes to fruition. And then the possibility, if things are cut, do they come to the DPI? Do they fall in the hands of the General Assembly? So because money, there is a huge question mark about money. So the more you can really keep those recommendations streamlined, doable, and then from year to year show the progress that you have been making along the way with those recommendations. That is exactly what the state, that is going to that's music to the ears of the state board members. The other thing, and you've made great progress with this report, so I don't want to, put something on your lap that's going to cause you to have to go back to square one. But the more you can highlight your accomplishments, that would be really good because those will be your bragging points. What have you accomplished from last year to this year? So think about that as something to add. I know you.
We talked about adding that for 2020 seats because that 2025 report, they're finalizing that. So that was one of the things that we talked about for 2020 seats, adding some glows and grows. That would be wonderful.
To do that. Because the state board is, they want to hear what you're doing and especially how it's impacting your students, Indian students.
Thank you, Dr. Otsenine. Thank you for sharing the insights. Any questions for Dr. Otsenine? Thank you for joining us. At this time, we will do just a review of our agenda items. We did align our recommendations with our legislative updates as well, Dr. Otsenine, with Mr. Greg Richardson and Representative Lowry. Our Stacy Summit is February the 18th. Dr. Leslie will show up on February the 17th. She'll send out a time if anyone is able to join her. Everyone has an assignment for that February 18th. Thank you all for supporting that initiative. Look forward to seeing you all on February the 18th at Campbell University. We have discussed our 2020 seats data request and moving forward with a different vision so that we can really intentionally use our data to impact our students. And we have our 2025 report title and our recommendations. Are there any other announcements at this time? Do we have a motion to adjourn?
Amanda Forsard, motion to adjourn our meeting February 2nd.
Calvin Locklear, I second that motion.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? So moved. Thank you guys. Have a great weekend. Safe travels.
It's so hard for